Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I had been planning this backpacking trip for weeks before the autumn weather turned volatile. Late September meant the temperature would cooperate, the crowds would thin, and the trails through the ridge country would still be passable before the winter storms made everything treacherous. My cousin Paul and I had done dozens of trips together over the years, nothing elaborate, nothing extreme, just two people who understood how to move through wilderness quietly and respect what the landscape demanded of us. We arrived at the trailhead near Hemlock Lodge at Natural Bridge State Resort Park on a Friday afternoon, the sky already bruising gray at the edges. The parking area was nearly empty. I remember noticing how few cars had ventured out this late in the season, as if the place itself discouraged lingering. We went into the small outfitter shop in town first to grab supplies we'd forgotten. That's where the clerk said it. He was older, maybe mid-60s, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades on those ridges. When I asked about the best camping spots along the trail, his hand stopped moving across the counter. He slid a paper map toward me with two fingers, not quite meeting my eyes. "Don't camp in the rock shelters," he said. His tone wasn't conversational. It carried the weight of instruction, the kind of thing said because it needed saying, regardless of how it sounded. I asked why. The answer he gave wasn't really an answer at all. He told me some people talked about something that stayed to the hollows, something that didn't cross into firelight. He delivered this information the way you'd state a rule about tide times or snow load thresholds, factual, neutral, and non-negotiable. He wasn't joking. I watched his face to make sure, and he wasn't. Paul laughed in the car, the way you do when someone tells you something absurd. He said it was local folklore, the kind of ghost story people repeated to make the place feel important. I agreed with him at the time because that was easier than sitting with the alternative. We both preferred to sleep under open sky anyway, we told ourselves. Storms could change plans in rock shelters. We were being practical, not running from anything. The hike in was uneventful until it wasn't. We followed the marked trail system with its turtle blazes and the numbered posts that marked distance. The sandstone cuts grew deeper as we climbed, the roots slicker where water had worked at them for decades. By mid-afternoon, the humidity had become oppressive, the kind that makes your clothes stick to your skin and your breathing feel labored even on flat ground. Then the wind changed. I felt it first, a pressure shift that made the trees around us move in unison. The clouds didn't gradually thicken. They seemed to collapse downward all at once. Within minutes, what had been a gray afternoon became a thing with teeth. The rain didn't start as drops. It came like someone had turned on a faucet in the sky without a nozzle. The kind of downpour that fills your boots while you're still running for cover. The creek beside the trail swelled visibly, transforming from a gentle flow into something aggressive and churning. The path turned to a slick ribbon, and within seconds I couldn't see more than 10 feet ahead. We were near a shallow sandstone overhang when it became clear we couldn't push forward. The shelter was maybe 12 feet deep, with a stone ceiling that rose about 7 feet at the mouth. The floor was relatively dry, covered with packed sand and small stones. On the back wall, old blackened scorch marks traced patterns where fires had been built decades ago, maybe longer. Someone had left initials carved into the stone. RH 1987, and I stared at those letters for longer than was rational, wondering what that person thought they were immortalizing. The sign at the junction had been explicit, no shelter camping, but the rain was absolute now, and the wind carried spray that would soak through anything exposed. We made the choice quickly. Paul brought the fire kit while I unpacked the tarp, rigging it so the cooktop would sit protected but centered, visible from both sides of our refuge. The warmth from the small flames pushed back against the wet that was trying to seep into everything we'd brought. We cooked noodles. It should have been routine. I boiled water while Paul organized our sleeping gear, pulling our bags to the deepest part of the shelter where the stone angles up. Our socks hung from a cord strung between two natural stone protrusions, dripping steadily. The heat from our jackets rose up as we sat near the fire, steam lifting off the wet fabric. I checked the map. The plan was simple now. Wait out the storm, eat, try to rest if the noise allowed it, and leave before first light. We were not doing anything special or dangerous. We were just two people taking shelter from weather that had turned hostile. I remember Paul saying something about being glad we'd made this trip before November, when the real cold came. He was trying to normalize the situation, I think. Or I was. One of us was trying to make this seem routine. That's when we heard the steps. The sound didn't announce itself with the typical forest vocabulary. No snapping twigs, no rustling that grew louder as something approached. Instead, there was a steady tread on the wet leaves outside the shelter mouth, deliberate and measured. It moved in a circle pattern, and I realized it was working angles, repositioning itself to see what we had arranged inside our small refuge. The footsteps stopped exactly where the firelight began to thin, at the edge of visibility. Then came silence. Not the peaceful kind that comes after noise fades naturally. This was intentional silence, the kind a person makes when they're holding perfectly still, controlling their breathing, maintaining a position with effort. The back of my neck went rigid with the recognition that something conscious was standing just outside our light, observing. A woman's voice came from the darkness, clear, normal, the kind of casual tone you'd use asking a neighbor for spare sugar. "Do you have any water?" I did something I'm not proud of, though I'm not sure what else I should have done. I took a water bottle from our supply and slid it toward the edge of the firelight, partially because it felt like the decent thing to do, partially because I needed to see what hands would reach in and claim it. No hands came, no shape stepped forward. The bottle sat at the border between light and darkness for what felt like a minute but was probably only seconds. Then I heard the sound of plastic scraping against the wet sand and grit at the shelter floor. I pulled the bottle back with a sudden jerking motion that Paul reacted to with alarm. The cap was still tight. The scuff mark I'd put into the plastic months ago, back during a solo trip to this exact region, was still there in the same place. The bottle had not been opened. It had not been touched. Yet it had clearly moved. Paul met my eyes across the fire, and I saw the moment he realized what I'd already understood. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We let the fire sink down to coals, and without discussion we both got into our sleeping bags fully clothed, boots still laced tight. The rain continued its steady percussion against the stone lip above us, and I lay in the darkness counting my own breaths because it was better than listening to whatever was happening just beyond the reach of our dead fire. I waited for the sounds that would indicate departure. A person leaving would create sound, brushing through undergrowth, shifting weight, the rustling of clothing and gear. Normal human movement is impossible to completely silence. None of those sounds came. The forest seemed to hold its attention, as if whatever was outside recognized that we were aware of it now and had adjusted its behavior accordingly. When I couldn't bear the silence anymore, I fed small sticks into the coals until the flames began to edge back into the clearing. The fire needed to be between us and whatever occupied the space beyond our shelter. Paul leaned close, barely moving his mouth, and said something that stopped my heart for the second time that night. He'd seen a face between the trees during one of the flame flares. He described it using careful words, as if precision might somehow make it make sense. He said it looked like someone we both knew from town. Kayla, the girl who'd worked at the outdoor shop and had since moved away. Same eyes, he said, just stretched thin at the jaw, elongated. I told him he was mixing shadows and stress into faces, that the firelight played tricks, that his mind was building narratives to explain something that had a simple explanation. Even as I said it, I didn't believe it. He didn't either. The voice came back. This time it was closer, maybe only 4 or 5 feet from the shelter mouth. The tone remained friendly, conversational, utterly untouched by the strangeness of the situation. "City boys always bring too much gear," it said. The exact words Paul had used in the car on the drive up. The exact inflection, complete with the way he emphasized the second syllable of always. The same tone that carried a hint of judgment wrapped in camaraderie. Paul sat up sharply. "Who's there?" he called out. His voice cracked on the second word. Leaves shifted in response. Something moved away from the shelter mouth, but not far. Instead of retreating, it seemed to be repositioning. Then the voice began listing our supplies. Not in the way a thief catalogs what they're about to steal, but with the casual familiarity of someone who'd handled each item personally. It said we'd brought the old backpack with the missing brass pin on the left hip belt. It identified the Nalgene water bottle by the melted letters on the rim, letters that spelled a name I had never shared with anyone. It named my grandfather's knife with such precision that I felt my hands go cold. A knife with a specific wear pattern on the handle, a small dent where the blade met the spine from a cooking accident years ago, a crack in the leather sheath that I'd never had repaired because it felt important to leave evidence of that particular failure intact. I had never posted any of these details. I had never told anyone outside my immediate family about that knife. The weight of its knowledge, spoken casually from the darkness, did something to my nervous system I'm still processing. Fear is one thing. This was something else. A violation so fundamental that my mind struggled to construct a framework for it. A man's voice came next, answering from a different location in the darkness. It used my father's cadence, his rhythms, the way he puts emphasis on the last syllable of my name when he's being stern with me. The voice told me to check the weather twice. My father says this to me every time I trip. My aunt's laugh came after that, tucked into the middle of a sentence telling Paul to save his batteries. Back and forth, the voices accumulated, friendly and familiar, voices of people I'd known my entire life, all coming from the darkness just beyond our shelter, layered one over another until they created a chorus that should have been impossible. We pushed damp sticks onto the coals with increasing desperation, trying to force the light outward farther with each addition. The shelter became hotter and more crowded with smoke. In one sudden flare, as the fire caught fresh wood, I saw something that erased any remaining doubt about what we were dealing with. There was a shape low to the ground, just beyond the furthest reach of the light. The detail I caught was enough and too much at once. I saw hands pressed to the earth, elbows angled high, knees bent outward. It held this position with the precision of an athlete, but there was something deeply wrong about the geometry of it. It looked like a person performing an imitation of an animal, and it had held the position so still and so long that the earth where it touched had begun to collect moisture in the depression. When an ember snapped and flew toward its knuckles, it didn't flinch. Instead, it turned its head too slowly, with movements that suggested joints with a different range of motion than human joints possess, and a mouth opened. The grin that emerged held too many teeth, not a natural expression, not a yawn. A grin that belonged to something that knew grins could communicate something about intention, and had decided to try the shape on. "Which bag has the fuel?" it asked in Mark's voice. Then without transition, "Did you pack the orange rainfly?" in my mother's voice. Then, "Don't move," in my own voice. Perfect inflection, perfect emphasis. A command that came from my own throat despite my standing frozen with my hands shaking. We moved anyway, because not moving had become impossible. We moved slowly, keeping our headlamp low, trying to maintain some advantage of illumination. The thing stayed just at the edge of the brightest ring of our light, learning the boundary, sliding whenever we slid, matching our movements with a patience that suggested it understood we were eventually going to make a mistake. It didn't rush. I came to understand that rushing wasn't part of its strategy. Pressure does things to people, makes them careless, makes them run in directions that put them in worse situations. It let pressure build like water behind a dam, letting us feel the weight of its presence, letting us understand that it was content to move slowly and deliberately toward whatever outcome it had decided was optimal. We kept the fire on our right shoulder and worked our way toward where the shelter's interior gave way to the trail system. Our gear, we'd already decided without speaking, would stay behind. We took one bag between us. Nothing free-handed, nothing that would slow our movement if we needed to move fast. We reached the trail that led upward toward the stone steps beneath the arch, toward the parking area, toward civilization and streetlights and the ranger station. I don't love hiking at night. The experience of moving through darkness on an unfamiliar path, trusting only to the small circle of light your headlamp creates, triggers something ancient in human consciousness. But that night, ascending wet stone steps with something behind us that moved with deliberate purpose, night hiking became the preferable option. The steps were steep, worn smooth by decades of feet. Water had collected in the crevices where the stone pieces met each other. Our boots slipped continuously despite our attempts to find purchase on the ridges. The climb hurt in the specific way that adrenaline masks initially but promises to make you pay for later. My calves burned. My thighs trembled with each step upward. The shape followed at an even walking pace, tall when it stood upright, dropping to hands and feet to cover ground faster at the switchbacks. Every time our headlamp angled away to check the path ahead, it claimed another half-stride of distance. When we stopped briefly at a junction marker to confirm our direction, I heard it exhale, a sound somewhere between a breath and a hiss, from a place that felt too close. It tilted its head as if measuring the precise distance it could maintain while staying just outside the beam of our light. "You forgot your spoon," it said in Paul's voice when he'd accidentally dropped our cheap camping utensil at a switchback 2 turns before. The spoon sat there in the darkness, barely visible if you angled the headlamp just right. We didn't pick it up. Going back was unthinkable, but also, something about the way it had spoken the observation suggested it wanted us to look at that spoon, wanted our attention divided, wanted us to understand that it could observe even the details we weren't consciously tracking. At the next switchback, both of our mothers' names came out of its mouth simultaneously, not in the back and forth pattern that had characterized the voices before. Both names, both distinct, occupying the same space from the same mouth at the same moment. It created an acoustic impossibility that my brain couldn't parse. I froze because something in my neural processing threw up a wall. This wasn't fear. It was the raw sensation of encountering something that violated the basic rules of what sound and vocal anatomy should allow. Paul grabbed my sleeve and yanked hard. We kept moving. Stopping would have been surrender. The park's first streetlight appeared ahead like a dull halo on the path. We walked toward it with the kind of purposeful pace that burns energy but doesn't quite become a run. Running invites trips. Running invites falls. Running invites the kind of stumble that puts you at ground level with something moving on hands and feet. The thing tested the streetlight. One bare foot, the toes impossibly long and splayed wide, the nails thick and dirt-packed, extended into the glow. The foot flexed, the toes curling under, pressing into the light as if testing whether it would hurt. After a moment of measurement, the foot pulled back. It set the other foot down where the light stopped and began to pace there, heel to toe, maintaining its position at the boundary between illumination and shadow. We crossed under the light, and I made myself maintain a steady walking pace. Running would break the spell of pretending we were still in control of this situation. The walkway widened as we approached the lodge complex. The single porch light that constantly buzzed with insects was on, and we moved toward it like it was the only real thing left in the world. The shape stayed at the dark edge of the parking lot, like something without permission to enter a lit space, rolling its weight from foot to foot. The chorus of voices, all those familiar tones building on each other in the darkness, cut off suddenly, not with a gradual fade but like someone had flipped a switch. The abruptness of the silence was somehow worse than the voices had been. We stepped into the pool of light beneath the porch and stood there breathing hard, our bodies pushed to their limit by adrenaline and fear and the desperate focus of survival. A campground host, doing his evening rounds, came through the parking lot. He looked toward the tree line when he heard the last rustle, saw nothing in the darkness, and didn't make a joke or ask questions. He walked us directly inside and called a ranger without being asked. We went back at first light with the ranger, because asking felt less dangerous than the alternative, because not returning felt like some kind of admission of defeat, because we needed to know if what we'd experienced had left evidence that couldn't be explained as natural. The shelter floor showed drag marks, long parallel grooves in the sand where something had moved with significant weight behind it. The pattern wasn't consistent with deer bedding or a dog's sleeping spot. The marks spoke of elbows and knees pulled through the grit with deliberate force, creating furrows where skin and bone had worked against the earth. Outside the shelter's lip, in the wet leaves and soft ground, the prints were unmistakable. They were bare feet. The toes were extraordinarily long and widely splayed. The dirt was packed so deep under the nails that even the ranger who'd worked this park for 12 years made a low sound of discomfort. Each print was longer than my boot, I measured, and the toes pointed inward at the front, the way of a runner whose feet turn in and who still somehow moves with significant speed. The stride length suggested movement that covered ground quickly, but the direction the prints followed didn't make sense to the eye. The path twisted through the forest in a pattern that seemed to optimize for angles of approach that couldn't be seen from the shelter, and the depth of the prints varied in ways that suggested the thing sometimes traveled on hands and feet and sometimes balanced on legs alone. The ranger measured with a tape, took several photographs, and didn't push into the trees to follow the tracks farther. He said to avoid shelter camping and left it at that. No lessons, no stories, just the facts, left where we could see them, and the implicit understanding that some things weren't meant to be pursued. We checked out before breakfast service started. The woman at the desk asked if we wanted coffee for the road. We declined. The drive home happened in silence. Paul stared out the window the entire time. When I tried to talk about what we'd experienced, he didn't respond, and after 3 attempts, I stopped trying. At my house, I cleaned gear like it was a survival task. I wiped the canteen, the old knife, the pots, methodically processing each item with attention that bordered on obsession. I stowed everything in the same places I always did, trying to establish normalcy, trying to convince myself that the world operated according to its usual rules. Then I took my grandfather's knife, put it into a display case I'd never used before, and set that case on the highest shelf I could access in my home. I haven't carried that knife on a trip since. I haven't been able to make myself put it back into a backpack. I went through years of trip reports I'd posted online and methodically removed details, exact camp locations, specific tree formations, private family jokes that served no purpose except to make my writing feel authentic. You don't help something make notes about you. You don't give it a map of your vulnerabilities published in a space where anyone can read it. Paul sold his bivy bag and replaced it with a larger 2-person tent that sets up quickly in tight spaces. He still hikes, but he won't start after sunset. If he's moving and the sun drops, he stops short and camps high, or he turns back entirely. If he's still navigating when dusk hits, he either doubles his pace to reach a defined campsite before dark, or he accepts that this trip ends at the nearest high point where he can see in all directions. I still backpack, but I pick open ground with clean lines of sight and quick exits. I keep a small headlamp in my pocket even when I'm walking through town. I don't camp under rock lips anymore. Stone sheds water and provides shelter, but it also creates angles you can't see into, spaces where something can sit beyond the reach of firelight and wait you out with the patience of something that doesn't experience time the way humans do. If you venture into this region and plan to use the trails north of the Arch, respect the signs. Don't camp in the rock shelters. If a storm pushes you toward an overhang or a stone lip, remember that rain passes and there are locations where you can ride out weather without putting your back against a stone ceiling and something in the dark. If you hear a voice from the edge of your light and you see no shadow crossing into the glow, don't hand anything over. If a voice near your camp knows things it shouldn't know, specific gear damage, family private jokes, details that mark you as uniquely you, pack tight and walk toward electric light. Firelight slows some things down. Street lights stop them entirely. That is the only part of this where I feel certain enough to make a claim. People ask me what it was, and I never answer with a label or a name. The word the clerk used exists if you need one. The prints were real. The cap on the bottle was tight. The way two voices came out of a single mouth, specific, distinct, simultaneous, is not something I could have imagined to scare myself into hallucination. Believe what you want, do what you want in those woods. My advice is simple, and it isn't offered as a dare or a challenge. Open ground is safer. Don't camp in the rock shelters. If you hear your own voice behind your back in the darkness, don't turn. Walk to the light and keep walking. Then go home, clean your gear, and change the parts of your routine that leave more of you out there than you meant to leave behind. I don't scare easy, and I grew up camping. So I'm not the type to post about shadows and swear they were demons. I'm a father, mid-30s, the kind of person who overpacks first aid and argues about proper food storage. Last August, I took my family, my wife, our 15-year-old son, and our 9-year-old daughter to Blue Water Lake State Park in western New Mexico. It's about 30 miles west of Grants, not far off Interstate 40. We'd been there once before for a day trip and liked the quiet. The kind of quiet that feels earned, away from the constant hum of civilization. This time we booked a site for 2 nights on the Northern Loop, close to the water but not right on it. The plan was simple: fish in the morning, swim in the afternoon, cook on the fire, and get my kids off screens for a weekend. Something wholesome, something normal. When we checked in, a park employee in a green uniform told me our site would be really quiet. He said it like it was either a plus or a warning, his eyes lingering on mine for just a moment too long. The pause after his words hung there, and I almost asked him what he meant, but my wife was already pulling out the confirmation printout, and my daughter was tugging at my shirt, asking when we could see the lake. I figured he meant we wouldn't be jammed between big RVs with generators running all night. That's what I told myself. We drove the loop, past a few scattered tents, and found ours tucked behind a few low trees and scrub. A narrow path cut down toward the lake through brittle grass that crunched under our shoes. You could see boats out on the water in the distance, small aluminum rigs with outboard motors and a couple of kayaks cutting lazy paths across the surface. The sky was a clear, endless blue, and it felt like every family should have a day like that. I'll say this up front. The place is beautiful in the daylight, almost aggressively beautiful, the kind of landscape that makes you forget cities exist. The air tasted clean, though with that high desert dryness that makes your lips crack if you're not careful. Heat radiated up from the packed earth, and the sun felt closer than it should, more personal. We set up without trouble. I hammered steaks while my wife unrolled sleeping bags with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this dozens of times. Our son, let's call him Miguel, spent a good half hour skipping rocks with decent form, his thin frame silhouetted against the water. Our daughter, Sophia, collected chalky, sun-bleached stones along the trail and lined them up on a flat rock like a museum display, narrating their imagined histories in that way 9-year-olds do, where every object becomes precious. The smell out there is familiar if you've spent time in the Southwest: sage, dry dirt, hot sun mixed with something mineral and ancient. A raven flapped overhead once, its shadow passing over our tent, and that was the loudest thing we heard all afternoon. Even Miguel's rock skipping seemed muted, the splashes absorbed by the vastness of the lake and sky. There isn't much to complain about at Blue Water Lake when the sun is high. The heat is honest, the land is open, and you can see trouble coming from a mile away. It's the darkness I should have thought about more carefully. Around 6, the breeze died off and the heat settled into that particular stillness that comes before evening, where the air feels suspended. We drove to the little store in Grants for ice and snacks, the kind of small convenience store with a handwritten sign and a bell that jingles when you open the door. The woman behind the counter smiled at Sophia when she picked out candy, but I noticed she didn't make eye contact with me. On the way back, we took NM 612 from the south, the road that angles in toward the park entrance through miles of nothing but scrub and telephone poles. The kids were quiet in the back, the way kids get when they're worn out from the sun and fresh air. I remember thinking I'd sleep like a rock. That deep camping sleep where your body remembers it's an animal and shuts down completely. We ate hot dogs and beans cooked over the fire, cleaned up, and were in the tent by 10:30. I set the cooler in the shade, stashed trash in the car with the doors locked, and latched the windows on the SUV. Routine stuff. The kind of evening ritual that feels safe because you've done it 100 times. I even joked with my wife about whether we'd see shooting stars, though neither of us stayed up long enough to look. The last thing I remember before falling asleep was the sound of Sophia's breathing evening out, that soft rhythm that tells you a child has surrendered to sleep. I woke up the first time around 12:20 a.m. I know because I checked my watch, the illuminated numbers glowing green in the darkness. The tent was warm and still, the air inside thick with the smell of sleeping bags and the faint sweetness of Sophia's strawberry shampoo. My wife was on her side facing away from me, her breathing slow and steady. On the other side of the tent, the kids had rolled toward each other in their bags and made a pile of limbs, the way siblings do, even when they claim to hate sharing space. I lay there listening to the absolute quiet. No motor from the lake, no wheels on gravel, no distant voices, just air and the slight rustle of nylon when I shifted position. The silence was so complete, it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I've camped in remote places before, the Rockies, the Cascades, even a week in Alaska where the darkness stretched for 20 hours, but this felt different. This felt expectant. Something about the quality of the silence made me aware of my own heartbeat, the rush of blood in my ears. I told myself it was the altitude, or the heat still trapped in the tent, or just the strangeness of the first night in a new place. Your body needs time to adjust, to learn what sounds are normal. I fell asleep again without thinking much about it, though some part of me remained aware, hovering just below consciousness like I was waiting for something. The second time I woke, it was because something stepped close to the tent. Not rustling. This was weight on dirt, the unmistakable compression of earth under something heavy. One step, then nothing. A pause that stretched too long. I held my breath and waited for the next one, my body going rigid. My heart knocked around for a few seconds, that immediate animal response before your mind catches up and tries to rationalize. I told myself it was a raccoon, or maybe one of the stray dogs that wander through parks sometimes. I've had bears push around cook boxes in Colorado, their huffing and snuffling so close I could smell them through the tent. I've had elk walk right through campsites in Utah, their hooves like drums on the hard ground. You learn when to intervene and when to let an animal pass. You learn the difference between curious and aggressive. I kept still and listened. Another step, slow, deliberate, like a person taking care not to make sound. Not the random wandering of an animal, but something methodical. The weight was wrong too, heavier than a dog, distributed differently than a deer. I sat up and unzipped the sleeping bag as quietly as I could, the sound of the zipper absurdly loud in the silence. My wife's hand found my leg in the dark, her fingers cold and tight. I could feel the question in her grip. I told her quietly it was probably nothing, that I was going to look, trying to keep my voice level and calm. I didn't want the kids to wake up to me crawling around in a panic. Fear is contagious, especially in the dark, especially in confined spaces. I grabbed the flashlight from my shoe where I always keep it, feeling the familiar weight of it in my palm. I took a breath, lifted the flap and stepped out in my socks. The air outside felt wrong. It was warmer than it should be at 2 a.m. in August. Close, a little stale, like air that had been breathed already. The stars were out but seemed dimmer than before, or maybe my eyes hadn't adjusted yet. I clicked on the light. The circle caught the nearest tree trunks, their bark pale and peeling. The beam swept across our picnic table, the cooler sitting beside it, an empty space above the dirt where moths should have been swarming. I traced the beam in a slow half circle, my thumb resting on the button, ready to turn it off if I needed to hide. The light hit something standing by the tree line. It looked like my son. Every detail screamed familiarity. He was 25 feet away, just past the edge of our site where the ground drops toward the trail to the water. The face, the hair, the height, the way he stood with his weight slightly on one leg, that teenage slouch I was always telling him to correct. It was close enough that my brain filled in the details automatically and said, "That's your kid. He's sleepwalking. Go get him." Except behind me, inside the tent, I could hear Miguel's steady breathing, and I could see two shapes pressed against the nylon. Both kids exactly where they should be. The math didn't work, but my eyes kept insisting, kept trying to make sense of something that wore my son's body like borrowed clothes. I raised the light higher on purpose, straight into the face. Miguel has a small scar on his right eyebrow from a skateboard fall 3 years ago. A thin white line he's self-conscious about. The thing had it too, but not exactly. It was too centered, too symmetrical, like a copy made from a description rather than from life. The skin around it looked stretched, pulled too tight over the bones beneath. The texture was wrong, too smooth, almost waxy in the beam of the flashlight. And it blinked. If you want to know what reset my thinking from sleep mode to full danger, it was the blink. The eyelids moved up instead of down, bottom to top smooth with no eyelash flutter, no reflex squint, no moisture, just this mechanical lift of skin that revealed the whites of the eyes too white, too clean like fresh paper. The mouth was slightly open and every few seconds it opened wider without the jaw hinging the way it should. The movement was wrong, too smooth like watching something melt and reform. The light didn't make it squint. People flinch when a bright light goes in their eyes at night. It's involuntary, protective, human. This didn't. It just stood there, absorbing the light. The pupils not contracting, the face not moving except for that awful mouth opening and closing. "Miguel," I said, testing the name in a level voice. Not loud, not a challenge, just his name. The word felt strange in my mouth, like I was calling to something I knew wasn't him but couldn't name. Nothing, no response, no acknowledgement. The face didn't change expression. I took a small step to my right to angle the beam, to see if it would track me, to see if it had normal reflexes. It rotated toward me, slow, mechanically smooth, like someone learning how to move shoulders. The arms hung straight, too straight, fingertips not curling the way human hands do at rest. The posture was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate, too perfect, too still, like a mannequin or a photograph. Nothing about it suggested warmth or blood or breath. I picked up a rock from the ground because I needed the world to act like the world. I needed cause and effect, action and reaction. I lobbed it into the dirt near its feet, not hard enough to hurt, just hard enough to provoke a response. The rock bounced and skittered across the packed earth, the sound sharp in the quiet. It didn't react, not a flinch, not a glance down, not a single muscle twitch. It just kept staring at me with those wrong eyes and that hanging open mouth. That's when fear flattened everything. I don't mean panic. I mean clarity with an edge, the way time seems to slow and sharpen when your brain realizes you're in actual danger. My arms prickled with goose flesh despite the heat. My hearing became acute. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, the faint sound of my wife's breathing from inside the tent, the absence of normal night sounds, no crickets, no breeze, nothing. I remembered there's a knife in the cook box, a hatchet in the SUV. A whistle snapped to my backpack. None of those things mattered against something I couldn't categorize, something that stood outside the normal rules. What do you do when confronted with something that wears a familiar face but moves like something learning to be human? "You need to leave," I said, because that's what came out. My voice sounded thin and strange, absorbed by the air. The thing's head tilted slightly, and for a moment I thought it was mimicking confusion. Then it took a step. The knee lifted too high, like it was stepping over something that wasn't there. The foot came down carefully, testing the ground, and then the weight shifted forward in a movement that was almost right but fundamentally wrong. Another step, same odd motion, like watching someone operate a body from the inside for the first time. Then it moved. 1 second it was slow and deliberate, and the next it ran into the trees in a straight line so fast I lost it at the edge of my light. No buildup, no acceleration, no panting or sound of exertion, just gone. The only sound was brush moving apart and then snapping back together. Then everything was still again, more still than before, like the night was holding its breath. I stood there until my arm shook from holding the flashlight up, the beam wavering across empty space. I counted to 60 in my head, then did it again, straining to hear any sound of movement or breathing. Nothing came back. I turned off the light to save the battery, and because I suddenly didn't want to see what else might be out there, waiting at the edge of the beam. Going back inside the tent felt like crawling into a trap, but staying outside felt worse. I zipped the flap carefully, my hands shaking, and sat down on my sleeping bag. My wife whispered, "What?" I told her I saw someone at the tree line and that I probably scared them off and that we'd pack at first light. I felt her hand grip my arm hard enough to hurt. I know what people will say. Wake the kids, get in the car, leave immediately. I thought about it. The problem is it takes time to get two kids into a vehicle when they're asleep and confused. You have to explain without causing panic, find shoes in the dark, zip bags, collapse the tent, and the distance between the tent and the car felt like an exposed path, 40 feet of open ground. If that thing was still nearby, if it was watching, the safest place for the next few hours was a zip tent with the four of us together and me awake. So I sat there, light in my hand, and I watched the seam of the door until the gray of morning showed through the nylon. I never heard another step, but I swear I felt watched. That pressure of being observed, of being measured. My wife stayed awake too. I could tell from her breathing, from the tension in her body beside mine. We didn't speak. We just waited for the sun. The gray light of dawn was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. That gradual shift from black to blue to pale gray. The way shapes emerged from shadow and became ordinary again. Trees were just trees. Dirt was just dirt. But my body felt wrong, adrenaline sick and hollow, muscles cramping from hours of frozen stillness. We didn't talk much while we packed. That's not bravado, that's focus. That's two parents operating on the same frequency of fear and determination. My wife rolled sleeping bags with mechanical efficiency while I took down poles. Every sound made me turn, a bird call, the rustle of something small in the brush, even the wind picking up with the sunrise. I told the kids we were leaving early to beat heat and crowds, trying to keep my voice light. There was no argument. Miguel moved slower than usual, like he'd been hit with a heavy workout the day before, his movements stiff and deliberate. He kept looking at the trees with a blank expression I couldn't read. Sophia, who almost always hums when she's happy, was quiet in a way that worried me more than questions would have. I had to go back to the rock where we'd lined up Sophia's stone collection because she wanted to take two of them home. I wasn't thrilled about extending our time by even 30 seconds, but I walked over, my wife's eyes tracking me the whole way. Standing there, bent down to pick up the smooth stone Sophia had chosen, I realized why the hair on my arms lifted again. There were two sets of footprints in the powdery dirt at the edge of camp. Mine from the night I could tell by the pattern of my boot, the weight distribution, and another set that matched Miguel's shoe tread closely but not perfectly. The spacing was off, longer than a 15-year-old's natural stride. The toe-off marks were too shallow for the length of stride, like something mimicking walking without understanding the mechanics of human movement. I crouched down and measured one print with my hand. The detail was extraordinary. You could see the pattern of wear on the sole, the small nick in the left shoe from when Miguel had kicked a curb, but the depth was wrong. Too light in some places, too heavy in others, like a map of footprints rather than the actual thing. I looked at the trees and saw nothing but morning light filtering through branches, but I felt that presence again, that weight of observation. I grabbed the stones and walked back quickly, not quite running but close. We had everything in the car in less than 10 minutes. The kids were buckled in the back, my wife in the passenger seat with her hands gripping her knees. I was just turning the key when Miguel said, "Dad." His voice had a flatness I don't hear often. Not fear, not even emotion, just this hollow quality that made my stomach drop. He was looking toward the same trees, past the trunks. Standing half in shadow where the morning light hadn't quite reached, was the face again. It was closer this time, maybe 15 feet from where our tent had been, in a spot that had been empty seconds before. The jaw hung open wider than before, the angle wrong, not hinged at the point a human jaw stops. I could see the throat, or what should have been a throat, just darkness inside, like looking into a well. The eyes didn't water, didn't react to the light filtering through the trees or the cooler morning air. It didn't move, it didn't breathe visibly. That might sound like a small detail, but when you're close to something that looks human, you expect to see the chest rise, the throat shift, the micro movements that signal life. This was still as a photograph, but somehow I knew it was watching us. Miguel's hand closed on the handle of the door, like he couldn't decide whether to step out or slam it shut. Some part of him recognized what he was seeing, even if his conscious mind rejected it. I said his name and told him to look at me, sharp and urgent. He did, pulling his eyes away with visible effort. When we looked back, it was gone. No branches moved, no sound carried, no footprints appeared in the dirt, just empty space where something had been standing. The absence felt deliberate, performative, like it wanted us to know it could disappear at will. I started the car and pulled onto the loop road, my hands tight on the wheel. The drive out felt longer than it should, every curve revealing nothing but empty pavement and scrub. I watched the mirror for a mile, looking for movement, for something keeping pace with us through the trees. There was nothing behind us but a strip of gray asphalt and bright morning sunlight, but I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched until we hit the main road. My wife's hands were braced on her knees, knuckles white. She didn't say a word until we hit the junction for Interstate 40. Then she said, "We're not going back there." Not a question, a statement of fact. I agreed without hesitation. Sophia said, "Was that thing Miguel?" From the back seat, her voice small and confused. My wife and I exchanged a look. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't know how to explain what I'd seen in terms a 9-year-old could process. "No, baby," my wife said. "That was something else, something that didn't belong there." "Why did it look like him?" Sophia pressed. "I don't know," I said, which was the truth. Miguel stayed quiet, staring out the window, his reflection pale in the glass. We passed the exit for the El Moro area and the signs for Gallup and Grants. The landscape opened up, the claustrophobia of the trees giving way to the broad sweep of desert. The kids were both looking out opposite windows like they were expecting to see something keeping pace with us over the scrub, matching our speed, following us home. We stopped for gas in Grants at a combination gas station and small store, one of those places that feels frozen in time. I went inside for coffee and to breathe in conditioned air for a minute, to feel fluorescent lights and hear the hum of refrigerators, normal sounds from the normal world. The clerk was an older man with a gray mustache and weathered skin that spoke of decades under the desert sun. He glanced out at my SUV, at the cooler tied down and the rolled tent visible through the glass. "Camping?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Blue water." He nodded once and said, "Good fishing sometimes." "Not when you leave at dawn," I said, trying to make light of it. My voice sounded thin even to my own ears. I added, because I needed to say it, because keeping it inside felt like poison. We were in the northern loop, quiet spot. He looked at me for a second, like he recognized something he'd seen before. His expression shifted from casual to something more careful. "That side gets weird," he said finally, the word hanging in the air between us. "You all right?" "We're fine," I said. "We just..." I stopped because I didn't know how to finish that sentence. We just saw something that shouldn't exist. We just encountered something wearing my son's face. None of it sounded real in the harsh fluorescent light. He reached under the counter and pulled out a pack of coffee stirrers and set them down, maybe just for something to do with his hands. When he looked up at me again, his eyes were serious. "Couple years back," he said, lower now, "fisherman packed up in the middle of the night. Left his gear, his food, everything. Came in here at dawn, swearing he saw himself standing by the trees. Kept saying the eyes were wrong. Said they blinked wrong. My blood went cold. No. I felt my chest tighten. My breathing go shallow. "What do you mean, blinked wrong?" He couldn't explain it right. Just said it was backwards, or inside out or something. Kept touching his own face like he needed to make sure he was still himself. The clerk paused. Folks around here talk about things they don't want to give power to by naming. You might hear them say other words, but I don't use them. I can't tell you what you saw, but you did the right thing leaving. What happened to the fisherman? I asked. Moved away. Didn't come back. He rang up the coffee. Some places are older than us. Some things were here first. We're just passing through their territory, and mostly they don't care. But sometimes, he trailed off, shaking his head. I didn't correct him or ask for his version. I paid and walked back to the car. The coffee hot in my hand, but my fingers still cold. My wife met my eyes in that brief moment parents have when they speak without saying words. When you communicate fear and determination and love all at once. I told the kids we'd get breakfast in an hour and that they could pick any place they wanted. Sophia asked if we were going to camp somewhere else. I said not today, maybe not for a while. We got home early in the afternoon and unloaded fast, almost frantically. The normalcy of our neighborhood, the mailbox, the familiar houses, the sound of a lawnmower felt overwhelming in its ordinariness. How could this world exist alongside what we'd seen? How could both be real? The tent stayed in the garage for a week because I couldn't bring myself to set it up in the yard and wash it down. Every time I looked at it, I remembered the sound of footsteps in the dirt, the wrongness of that face in my flashlight beam. Little things set me off those first few days. A jacket hanging on a door that looked, for just a second, like someone standing there. My son taking a few seconds too long to answer when I called his name from another room. Those seconds stretching into eternity before I heard his voice. The way shadows fell in the hallway at night. The sound of footsteps on the stairs that stopped and started with odd rhythm. My brain kept replaying the eyelids moving the wrong direction. That smooth mechanical lift from bottom to top. I'd be doing something normal, washing dishes, reading a report, driving, and the image would flash across my mind with perfect clarity. The stretched skin around the copied scar. The two white eyes, the jaw opening too wide. I tried to find an explanation I could live with. A person messing with us, but why? And how did they disappear so completely? Drugs, but I hadn't smelled anything, and the movements were too purposeful. A mask, but masks don't move like that, don't blink like that, don't run like that. The speed from motionless to gone, and the absence of normal reflexes wrecked those theories. Some nights I'd lie awake running through the logic, trying to find the crack in my perception that would let reality back in. Maybe I'd been half asleep, maybe my mind had filled in details that weren't there. Maybe the stress of work and family had created a hallucination so vivid it felt real. But then I'd remember my wife had been awake too. Miguel had seen it. The footprints had been there in the dirt, physical and measurable. Miguel changed after that trip. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would show up on a report card, but I noticed. He started checking the windows at night before bed, making sure they were locked. He began sleeping with his door cracked open so the hall light came through. He stopped wanting to go anywhere isolated when his friends suggested hiking or camping. He always had an excuse. One night about 2 weeks after we got back, I found him in the kitchen at 2 a.m. just standing there in the dark. Couldn't sleep, he said when I turned on the light. His eyes looked haunted, older than 15. Do you want to talk about what we saw? I asked. He shook his head. Then, after a long pause, do you think it's still there? I don't know, I said, which was honest, but it's not here. It's not following us. How do you know? I didn't have an answer for that. Because we're okay, I said finally. We're home. We're safe. He nodded, but I could tell he didn't quite believe me. I'm not sure I believed myself. Sophia started having nightmares. She'd wake up crying, saying she dreamed about faces that looked wrong, about people who stood too still. My wife would hold her, and I'd sit on the edge of the bed, and we'd wait for her breathing to even out. We never talked about Blue Water Lake in front of the kids, but they knew. They'd lived through it too. My wife and I agreed on that in the car without saying it. That silent communication that comes from years together. We haven't been back to Blue Water Lake. We still camp, but not there, and not near that kind of tree line isolated, dense, the kind where you can't see past the first row of trunks. We choose sites closer to ranger stations now. places with families nearby, lots of noise and light. I don't keep this to myself in some mystical way. When friends talk about camping in New Mexico, I tell them to pick other sites and other parks. If they insist on Blue Water Lake, I tell them to choose a spot closer to other families, preferably on the southern loop. I tell them to leave if anything feels off, even if it's just one wrong step in the dirt at 2 in the morning. Most people laugh it off, think I'm being paranoid or trying to scare them, but occasionally someone hears something in my voice and takes me seriously. They nod slowly and ask what I saw. I tell them plain and simple, without embellishment. A face that looked like my son but wasn't. Movement that wasn't human. Eyes that blinked the wrong way. They usually go quiet after that. I've done research since then, carefully, not wanting to fall down conspiracy rabbit holes but needing to know if anyone else had seen what we saw. You find things, if you look, forum posts from people who swear they encountered something similar. Archived news articles about abandoned campsites, vague references in local history to places where people avoid camping even when the spot looks perfect. There's a thread that runs through a lot of the accounts, the mimic quality, the way these things, whatever they are, wear familiar faces, like they're trying to understand us by copying our shapes, but they don't quite get it right. The mechanics are wrong. The soul is missing. It's uncanny valley made flesh, or whatever passes for flesh. Every August, when the nights hold heat later than they should, and air sits heavy after midnight, I remember the quiet of that campsite, the beam of light, the face at the tree line that blinked from the bottom up, the sound of footsteps that were too deliberate, too measured, the speed of something moving between stillness and motion without the transition. I don't know what to call it beyond what locals call it. Those who've been in the area long enough to know there are things that don't have proper names. I'm not interested in chasing it or proving anything. I don't want to go back and gather evidence. I don't want photographs or recordings. I wanted a simple weekend away with my family, and I got a clear line I won't cross again. The thing is, life goes on. We camp in other places, make new memories, watch the kids grow. Miguel is starting to think about college now. Sophia is into basketball, all elbows and energy. My wife and I plan trips, shorter ones, safer ones. We grill in the backyard and tell ourselves this is enough, and mostly it is. But sometimes, late at night when everyone else is asleep, I think about that moment when the thing ran into the trees, the impossible speed, the way it moved in a straight line like physics didn't apply. I think about what it wanted, why it was there, what would have happened if I'd stepped closer or called out to it differently. I think about the footprints in the dirt that matched my son's shoes but weren't made by his weight. I think about the way it studied me, head tilted, learning. I think about all the people who've camped in that spot since, all the families who've set up their tents in that quiet site on the northern loop. I wonder if they've seen anything. I wonder if it's still there, waiting at the edge of the light, practicing its human movements, getting better at the mimicry. The park is still open. People still camp there. The reviews online are mostly good, beautiful sunsets, great fishing, peaceful nights. A few mention feeling watched, or hearing footsteps, or seeing shadows that move wrong. But those are easy to dismiss. Every isolated place has stories. Every dark stretch of forest generates fear. What I know for certain is this. There are things that live in the spaces we don't control, in the wild places we visit but don't truly understand. Most of the time we pass through without incident. We take our pictures, cook our meals, and go home with nothing but good memories. But sometimes, rarely, we encounter something that reminds us we're not the only ones out there. If you camp at Blue Water Lake on the northern loop, and you wake to heavy steps and a shape at the edge of your sight that looks like someone you know, don't talk to it. Don't try to get a closer look. Don't test it or challenge it. Wake your family, be calm, and leave in the morning. Don't run. That might trigger something, but don't stay either. That's not fear talking. That's respect for something that was there before we were and doesn't care if we believe in it. That's acknowledgement that the world is bigger and stranger than we like to admit. That's a father protecting his family the only way he knows how, by sharing what he learned so others don't have to learn it themselves. I still have the stones Sophia picked up that morning, the ones I retrieved while standing over those wrong footprints. They sit on a shelf in my garage, ordinary rocks from an ordinary place. Sometimes I pick one up and feel the weight of it, solid and real. I remind myself that what happened was real too, that I'm not crazy, that my family saw what I saw. And then I put the rock back and close the garage door and go inside where the lights are bright and my family is safe and the world makes sense again. Until the next August, when the heat sits heavy after midnight and I remember the quiet and the light and the face that blinked wrong. We survived. We learned. We left. That's all you can do sometimes. Learn where the lines are and don't cross them. Know when you're in a place that doesn't belong to you, and respect what was there first. And if something stands at the edge of your campsite wearing a face you recognize but don't quite believe, trust your instincts and leave. Because some things don't have explanations. Some experiences don't fit into the world we've built with science and reason and comfortable certainties. And that's okay. You don't have to understand everything. You don't have to prove anything. You just have to survive it and keep your family safe and know when to walk away. That's what I did. That's what I'm telling you to do if you ever find yourself in a similar situation. Listen to that ancient part of your brain that knows when something is wrong, that recognizes threat even when it comes wearing a familiar face. Trust yourself, trust your fear, and leave before you learn what happens to people who stay. I never believed in monsters, not the kind that lurk in the woods anyway. 20 years as a forest ranger teaches you that the real dangers in the wilderness are far more mundane. Unprepared hikers, sudden weather changes, wildlife encounters gone wrong. But after what happened last summer in the Olympic National Forest, I'm no longer certain of anything. My name's Michael Cooper. I spent 12 years in the Marines before trading my uniform for the olive green and gray of the National Park Service. For the past decade, I've worked one of the most remote stations in the Olympic rainforest region of Washington state, a posting most rangers avoid due to its isolation and the near-constant rainfall that shrouds the ancient trees in mist for much of the year. The station sits nestled between steep mountain ridges, accessible only by a single gravel road that becomes impassable during winter storms. Cell service is non-existent, and our satellite internet fails more often than it works. On paper, it's the worst assignment in the Pacific Northwest. For me, it's paradise. Or it was, until that day in late June when the Hendrickson family stumbled into my station, soaking wet and wide-eyed with terror. "There's something out there," Mr. Hendrickson kept repeating, his knuckles white as he gripped his teenage son's shoulder. "Something watching us." I'd heard similar stories before. The dense forest, with its towering trees and thick understory, plays tricks on the mind. Shadows shift between trunks, branches creak in the wind, and the constant dripping of moisture from the canopy creates an eerie percussion that can unnerve even experienced hikers. "Where were you camping?" I asked, handing Mrs. Hendrickson a towel for her rain-soaked hair. "Ridge Creek Trail. About 6 miles in," she replied, her voice steadier than her husband's. "We've camped there before. Nothing like this has ever happened." Their son, a lanky teenager named Kyle, hadn't spoken yet. He sat staring at the floor, his shoulders hunched. "What exactly did you see?" I asked, directing the question to the boy. Kyle looked up, his face pale. "It wasn't what we saw. It was what we heard, and what took our stuff." According to their story, they'd set up camp the previous afternoon in a small clearing near the creek. Everything had been normal until around midnight when they began hearing strange vocalizations from the forest. Not quite animal, not quite human. A kind of whistling followed by deep rhythmic knocking sounds that seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. "We thought it might be other campers at first," Mr. Hendrickson explained. "But there was nobody else on the trail yesterday. We checked in at the entrance station. By morning, the sounds had stopped, but their campsite had been disturbed. Food from their bear canister, which had been properly closed and hung from a tree, was scattered across the ground. More disturbing were their backpacks, which had been moved about 20 yards from camp and placed in a peculiar arrangement, standing upright in a perfect triangle formation. Nothing was missing, Mrs. Hendrickson added. Just rearranged, like something was sending a message. I nodded and took notes, though I suspected wildlife was the culprit. Probably a black bear clever enough to retrieve their food container, though the backpack arrangement was puzzling. Perhaps other hikers playing pranks. We'll check it out, I promised. In the meantime, you folks can dry off here before heading back to town. After they left, I radioed my colleague Jenny Townsend to join me for a trip to Ridge Creek. Jenny was the skeptic to my pragmatist, a wildlife biologist by training who joined the Park Service 5 years ago. If anyone could identify strange animal behavior, it was her. We took my truck as far as the trailhead, then hiked the 6 miles to the Hendricksons' campsite. The rain had stopped, but moisture clung to every surface, dampening our uniforms despite our rain gear. The forest was unusually quiet. No bird calls, no rustling of small mammals in the underbrush. You feel that? Jenny asked as we approached the clearing. I nodded. The air felt charged somehow, like the moments before a thunderstorm. The Hendricksons' tent still stood, sagging slightly in the damp. Around it, just as they'd described, food wrappers and containers were scattered in a rough circle. Bears don't do this, Jenny murmured, crouching to examine the ground. Too methodical. I walked to where the family said they'd found their backpacks. No sign of them now. They'd taken their gear when they left. But I noticed something odd about the soil. In 3 precise spots, the ground was compressed in perfect circles, as if heavy objects had been placed with care. Jenny, look at this. She joined me, her expression changing from skepticism to puzzlement. That's weird. And look at the spacing, equidistant from each other. As she spoke, I noticed something else, a faint, unpleasant odor that reminded me of wet fur and something else I couldn't identify. Something musky and primitive. We spent the next hour photographing the site and collecting samples. I found a clump of dark hair snagged on a low-hanging branch, too coarse for human hair, too long for any local wildlife. We bagged it as evidence. As dusk approached, we decided to head back rather than risk hiking in darkness. We'd nearly reached the trailhead when Jenny froze, grabbing my arm. Listen, she whispered. From behind us came the sound that had terrified the Hendricksons. A high, oscillating whistle followed by 3 distinct knocks against wood. Then silence. Could be a woodpecker, I suggested, not believing it myself. Jenny shook her head. No bird makes that pattern. We quickened our pace, the sounds following us intermittently all the way to the truck. Neither of us spoke much on the drive back to the station, but I could see the questions forming behind Jenny's eyes, the same ones taking shape in my own mind. What had we just encountered? And more importantly, was it following us home? The hair samples we collected yielded no conclusive results. The lab in Seattle reported that the DNA was anomalous, neither matching known wildlife in the Olympic region nor human genetic markers. They suggested contamination of the sample and requested we send more evidence if possible. I filed the report and might have left it at that, another unexplained occurrence in a vast wilderness, if not for what happened next. A week after our visit to Ridge Creek, an elderly man named Arthur Blackwood appeared at my station. Weather-beaten and lean, with silver hair pulled back in a ponytail, he introduced himself as a former ranger who'd worked the Olympic forest in the 1970s. Heard about what happened to that family, he said without preamble. The whistling and knocking, the arranged objects. I raised an eyebrow. News travels fast. It's not news to me. Arthur placed a worn leather journal on my desk. This is 30 years of similar reports, things the Park Service never made public. I leafed through the journal, scanning entries dating back decades. Each detailed encounters similar to the Hendricksons, strange vocalizations, manipulated possessions, strong odors, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. Some included crude sketches of tall, shadowy figures glimpsed between trees or abnormally large footprints found in remote areas. You kept unofficial records? I asked. Arthur nodded. Official channels weren't interested. Called it hysteria, misidentification of known animals, or hoaxes. So I started documenting everything myself. And what do you think it is? His weathered face remained impassive. The local tribes call it Semequis, the wild man of the woods. Settlers named it Sasquatch or Bigfoot. Science says it can't exist. He paused. I've spent half my life in these forests. There are things here science hasn't categorized yet. I remained skeptical, but Arthur's journal was meticulously detailed. He'd recorded dates, locations, weather conditions, and witness testimonies with scientific precision. There's a pattern, he continued. The encounters cluster in cycles, more frequent for a few years, then nothing for a decade or more. We're entering an active period now, if my calculations are correct. Why are you showing me this? Arthur studied me for a moment. Because you're stationed in a hot spot, and because you didn't immediately dismiss what that family experienced. He tapped the journal. Keep this. Add your own observations. Maybe you'll find what I never could. Definitive proof. After Arthur left, I stayed up late reading his journal. The accounts spanned the entire Olympic Peninsula, but a significant number clustered around my station in the northern ridges. If these records were accurate, I was sitting at the epicenter of decades of unexplained phenomena. The next morning, I shared Arthur's journal with Jenny. She approached it with her usual scientific skepticism, but even she couldn't dismiss the consistency of the reports over time. If it's a hoax, it's the most elaborate, long-running one I've ever seen, she admitted. But I'm not ready to call it Bigfoot. What about organizing our own monitoring project? I suggested. Trail cameras in the hotspots Arthur identified. Jenny hesitated, then nodded. We could frame it as wildlife monitoring. No need to mention alternative hypotheses. We set up 12 motion-activated cameras in areas with historical sightings, including Ridge Creek. For the first 2 weeks, we captured nothing unusual, just the expected deer, elk, occasional black bears, and smaller forest creatures. Then the cameras began to fail. Not all at once, but one by one, they either stopped transmitting or sent corrupted images. When we retrieved them, 3 showed signs of physical damage, scratched lenses, and dented casings, as if something had deliberately disabled them. One camera, however, captured something before it went offline. The image was blurry and partially obscured by foliage, but it showed what appeared to be an extraordinarily tall, bipedal figure moving between distant trees. The form was dark and indistinct, but definitely not a bear or any known wildlife. Could be a person, Jenny suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. 7 feet tall at minimum, based on the scale markers, I noted. And look at the proportions, arms too long, torso too broad. We were still debating the image when reports started coming in from other parts of the forest. 2 backpackers described finding their equipment assembled into strange formations while they were day hiking. A family reported intense knocking sounds around their campsite for 3 consecutive nights. A solo hiker abandoned a week-long trek after feeling stalked by something he never fully saw. Something was definitely happening in my forest. Whatever scientific explanation might exist, the pattern was undeniable. With Jenny's reluctant agreement, we established a more comprehensive monitoring system, including audio recorders and better camouflaged cameras. We also began interviewing local tribal elders about their traditional knowledge of the region and its mysteries. Joseph Eaglefeather, an elder of the Quinault tribe, met with us at the cultural center in Tahala. His eyes crinkled with knowing amusement as I carefully described our project, avoiding explicit mentions of Sasquatch. You've encountered the Guardian, he said when I finished. The one who watches the boundaries between worlds. What can you tell us about this Guardian? Jenny asked. Joseph's expression grew serious. Our stories say they were here before humans. They protect sacred places from those who would harm them. They are neither good nor evil, they simply maintain balance. Are they dangerous? I asked. They can be when disrespected or threatened, but mostly they warn moving objects, making sounds, creating fear to drive people away from places they shouldn't be. I thought of the Hendricksons' rearranged backpacks and scattered food. A warning rather than a threat? Ridge Creek, Joseph continued, as if reading my thoughts. It sits below an ancient burial ground. Few tribal members go there. On the drive back to the station, Jenny was unusually quiet. Finally, she said, "I'm still not saying it's Bigfoot, but something is happening that deserves investigation." That night, I dreamed of moving through endless trees, my body larger and stronger, my senses heightened. I smelled humans encroaching on forbidden ground and felt a deep, instinctive need to warn them away. I awoke with the taste of wild berries in my mouth and my throat raw, as if I'd been calling out in my sleep. The boundary between skepticism and belief was beginning to blur, and I wasn't sure which side I stood on anymore. By early August, our monitoring project had yielded a collection of anomalous data that defied easy explanation. Audio recordings captured the distinctive whistling knocking pattern at multiple locations. Several game cameras took photos of large dark figures at the edge of their range, always too distant or obscured for definitive identification, but consistent in size and movement patterns. Most compelling were the footprints. After a night of heavy rain, Jenny and I discovered a trail of them crossing a muddy section of the North Fork Trail, 18 inches long, with a stride length suggesting a creature well over 7 feet tall. We made plaster casts before the rain resumed and carefully photographed the track line. "The pressure distribution is all wrong for a hoax," Jenny admitted as we analyzed the casts back at the station. "Look at the depth differential between heel and toe. Whatever made these was moving naturally, shifting its weight as it walked. It would be extremely difficult to fake." I noticed something else. The tracks deliberately avoided the established trail except for the unavoidable muddy crossing. Whatever made them seemed to parallel human pathways while staying concealed in the undergrowth. The behavior of something intelligent and cautious. As our evidence accumulated, I faced a dilemma. Standard procedure would require reporting our findings up the chain of command, but Arthur's experience suggested that would lead nowhere, possibly even to the shutdown of our project. Instead, I decided to reach out to Dr. Marcus Richardson, a zoologist at the University of Washington, who had published several papers on cryptid legends and their potential biological foundations. Dr. Richardson arrived at my station on a rare sunny afternoon. His excitement barely contained as he examined our evidence collection. "This is remarkable work," he said, studying the footprint casts. "Most of what crosses my desk is obviously fraudulent or misidentified known animals. But this," he looked up, his eyes bright behind wire-rimmed glasses. "This warrants serious scientific attention." "So you believe it could be a previously undiscovered primate species?" Jenny asked. Richardson chose his words carefully. "I believe you've gathered evidence of something that doesn't fit our current zoological framework. Whether that's an unknown species, an extreme outlier of a known species, or something else entirely remains to be determined." He agreed to analyze our samples using university equipment, promising discretion until we decided how to proceed with the findings. That evening, the three of us hiked to a ridge overlooking the valley where most of our evidence had been collected. As twilight descended, Richardson used specialized audio equipment to broadcast recordings of the knocking patterns we'd captured. "If it's a form of communication, we might get a response," he explained. For nearly an hour, we sat in silence as darkness gathered around us. I was about to suggest heading back when it happened. A series of knocks from the forest below us, followed by a long, mournful whistle that raised the hair on my neck. Richardson adjusted his equipment, eyes wide. "That came from at least a mile away, but the acoustic signature is powerful. Whatever made that sound has an impressive vocal apparatus." The response was followed by another, then another, from different directions. We were surrounded by unseen presences communicating across the valleys. "They're coordinating," Jenny whispered, "like they're discussing us." As if confirming her assessment, the knocking suddenly stopped. An unnatural silence fell over the forest. Even the normal evening sounds, the hoot of owls, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, had ceased. "We should go," I said quietly, an inexplicable dread settling in my stomach. We gathered our equipment quickly. As Richardson packed his audio recorder, A branch snapped loudly in the darkness beyond our small clearing. Then another, closer. "Something's coming," Jenny breathed. I raised my flashlight, sweeping its beam across the tree line. For an instant, so briefly I might have imagined it, the light reflected off two large eyes about 7 feet above the ground. Then they were gone. "Did you see?" Richardson began. "Move. Now." I took the lead down the trail, fighting the urge to run as more branches cracked behind us. We maintained a brisk pace back to the station, the feeling of being followed persisting the entire way. Only when we reached the safety of the building did the presence seem to recede. Richardson's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the coffee I offered. In 20 years of field research, I've never experienced anything like that. The coordinated vocalizations, the strategic movement. He shook his head in wonder. If these are undiscovered primates, they display social complexity comparable to higher apes. Or humans, Jenny added quietly. That night, after Richardson retired to the guest quarters, Jenny and I reviewed our growing evidence file. The scientist's reaction had validated our experiences. We weren't imagining things, and we weren't alone in finding the phenomena worthy of serious investigation. "What do we do with all this?" Jenny asked, gesturing to the samples, recordings, and photographs spread across my desk. I considered the question carefully. We continue documenting, building the case methodically until it's too substantial to dismiss. And if we actually encounter one of these beings, face to face? The question hung in the air between us. Despite weeks of evidence gathering, part of me still hadn't fully accepted where it was all pointing. That my forest might be home to creatures of legend, intelligent enough to evade scientific documentation for centuries. "I don't know," I admitted, "but whatever they are, I think they've been assessing us as much as we've been tracking them." Later that night, unable to sleep, I stepped onto the station's porch. The forest stretched before me, a sea of darkness beneath the starlit sky. I thought of Joseph Eaglefeather's words about guardians and boundaries. "We respect your forest," I said aloud, feeling slightly foolish but compelled to try. "We're not here to harm or expose you. We just want to understand." A heavy silence greeted my words, but as I turned to go back inside, a distant, solitary knock echoed through the night, almost like an acknowledgement. Whether witness, investigator, or unwitting trespasser, I was now undeniably part of something ancient and mysterious. And somewhere in the darkness, something was watching my every move. Dr. Richardson's analysis of our evidence brought both validation and new mysteries. The hair samples contained DNA that, while predominantly primate, included genetic markers unknown in any cataloged species. The audio recordings, when digitally enhanced, revealed complex patterns suggesting genuine communication rather than random animal sounds. "There's organization here," Richardson explained, showing us spectrographic analyses. Consistent structures that indicate language, not just signaling, but the sharing of specific information. Most remarkable was his enhancement of our blurry photographic evidence. Using advanced imaging technology, he'd managed to extract more detail from one particular image, revealing an unmistakably non-human silhouette with proportions that matched no known animal. "I've shown this to several colleagues, anonymously of course," Richardson said. "The consensus is that if this isn't an elaborate hoax, it represents something significant to biological science." His findings energized our research. Over the next few weeks, we expanded our monitoring area and refined our methods. Slowly, a pattern emerged. The beings, whatever they were, maintained territories centered around the most isolated parts of the forest. They avoided areas with heavy human traffic but seemed to keep those boundaries under surveillance. As September arrived, bringing cooler temperatures and earlier sunsets, we planned our most ambitious expedition yet. A week-long trek into the heart of the North Fork Valley, where many of our strongest evidence samples had originated. The decision wasn't without controversy. Richardson argued passionately for bringing in more researchers and equipment. "This could be the discovery of the century," he insisted. "We need proper scientific documentation." I understood his perspective but sided with Jenny, who advocated for a minimal approach. A large group will just drive them further into hiding, she argued. We've made progress because we're moving carefully, showing respect. In the end, we compromised. Richardson would return to Seattle to prepare a formal research proposal while Jenny and I conducted preliminary exploration. If we found sufficient evidence, we'd support his application for a larger expedition the following summer. 2 days before our planned departure, everything changed. Kyle Hendrickson, the teenager from the family who'd experienced the first incident, disappeared while hiking with friends near the western edge of the park. The other boys reported that he'd gone ahead on the trail and simply vanished. Search and rescue operations launched immediately. As the nearest ranger station, we became the command center for the search. Teams with dogs combed the area where Kyle was last seen, but the trail went cold at a small stream crossing. It was as if he'd stepped off the face of the earth. On the third day of the search, with hope fading, I received a strange call over the emergency radio frequency, just static and what sounded like tapping. Thinking it might be a malfunctioning radio from one of the search teams, I almost ignored it until I recognized the pattern. 3 distinct knocks, then 2, then 3 again. The same sequence we documented in our research. I tried responding, requesting identification, but received only more tapping in reply. When I mentioned it to the search coordinator, he dismissed it as interference, but I knew better. That night, after the command center had quieted, I shared my suspicion with Jenny. "You think they have something to do with Kyle's disappearance?" she asked, eyes wide. "I don't know, but that tapping wasn't random. What are you suggesting we do?" I hesitated, knowing my next words crossed a line between professional duty and something more personal, more dangerous. "I think we need to follow the pattern. Go to where most of the knocking sounds have been recorded." Jenny's expression reflected my own conflict. "That's miles outside the search area. If we're wrong, and if we're right, what if Kyle wandered into their territory?" After a moment's consideration, she nodded. "First light tomorrow, but we tell someone where we're going." We left a sealed note with our intended route for the search coordinator, then departed at dawn, heading deeper into the forest than any of the official search teams. The day was unusually clear, sunlight filtering through the ancient canopy and dusty shafts that illuminated the mist hanging among the trees. For hours we hiked in tense silence, following game trails that wound through increasingly remote territory. By mid-afternoon, we'd reached a small valley I'd identified as a hotspot for our anomalous recordings. The forest here felt different, older somehow, the trees massive and draped with hanging moss that reduced visibility to just a few dozen yards. "Listen," Jenny whispered suddenly. I stopped, hearing nothing at first. Then it came. The faint sound of running water where no stream should be, according to our maps. We followed the sound to a narrow rocky crevice hidden behind fallen logs. Cool air flowed from the opening, carrying the unmistakable gurgle of underground water. "A cave system," Jenny suggested, shining her flashlight into the darkness. The beam revealed rough stone walls descending at a gentle angle. At the limit of the light's reach, something reflected briefly, a metallic object. "That's man-made," I said, recognizing the distinctive green of a hiking backpack. Without discussion, we knew we had to investigate. I radioed our position. No response, just static. Then we entered the crevice, ducking under low-hanging rock. The passage widened after about 20 feet, opening into a larger chamber where a small stream flowed along one wall, and there, arranged carefully on a dry stone shelf, was Kyle's backpack. We recognized it from the search description. Beside it lay his water bottle and phone. "He came in here," Jenny whispered, her voice tight. "But where is he now?" I examined the backpack. Nothing appeared damaged, and the arrangement was deliberate, not the result of being dropped or abandoned in panic. Like the Hendricksons' possessions, these items had been placed with purpose. A faint breeze flowed from deeper in the cave system, suggesting another entrance. As we considered our next move, 3 distinct knocks echoed from further within the darkness, followed by what sounded like a soft hooting call. Jenny gripped my arm. Michael, that sounded almost like, hello? A human voice, faint but unmistakable, called from somewhere ahead. Is someone there? Kyle, I shouted back. Kyle Hendrickson. Silence. Then, Ranger Cooper? How did you find me? We moved deeper into the cave, following the voice until we found him sitting calmly beside a small pool of water, apparently unharmed. He seemed strangely at ease for someone missing for 3 days. Are you hurt? Jenny asked, checking him for injuries. Kyle shook his head. No. They've been taking care of me. My skin prickled. They? Who's they, Kyle? The teenager's eyes reflected something I couldn't quite interpret. Not fear, but a kind of wonder mixed with uncertainty. The forest people, he said simply. I got lost and crossed into their place. They could have hurt me, but they didn't. They brought me here instead. Did you see them clearly? Jenny asked, her scientific curiosity overriding everything else. Kyle nodded slowly. They're tall, covered in dark hair, but their eyes, he paused. Their eyes look almost human, intelligent. They communicate without words, but somehow I understood what they wanted. And what was that? I asked. For humans to respect boundaries, to stop pushing deeper into their last territories. He looked directly at me. They know about your research. They're watching you because they're trying to decide. Decide what? Why? Whether to remain hidden or reveal themselves. Whether humans can be trusted. Kyle stood up, brushing dirt from his jeans. They let me go as a message. They could have kept me hidden forever, but they want you to know they're here. They're real. The implications of his words were staggering. If true, we weren't just documenting an undiscovered species. We were making first contact with an intelligent, non-human society that had deliberately evaded human detection. We need to get you back, I said, pushing deeper questions aside for the moment. There's a massive search underway. Kyle gathered his belongings, then hesitated at the cave entrance. They won't show themselves to the search teams, only to you. He fixed me with a serious gaze. They chose you as their witness, Ranger Cooper, because you noticed them without fear. As we emerged from the cave into fading daylight, I felt the weight of those words settling on my shoulders. Beyond the relief of finding Kyle alive, beyond the scientific implications, I faced a profound ethical question. What responsibility did I bear as the chosen point of contact with something ancient and other? The forest around us had never felt more alive or more watching. Kyle's safe return was celebrated as a miracle. He told authorities he'd become disoriented and found shelter in a cave, making no mention of forest people. When questioned about his remarkable physical condition after 3 days without provisions, he simply said he'd found water and edible berries. Only Jenny and I knew the truth, or some version of it. We kept Kyle's actual account to ourselves, uncertain how to proceed with such extraordinary claims. In the weeks that followed, our research took on new significance. No longer were we merely documenting anomalous phenomena. We were potentially communicating with an intelligent, non-human species that had deliberately chosen to make contact. The evidence continued accumulating. Our cameras captured clearer images, still frustratingly incomplete, but showing distinct anatomical features that defied conventional explanation. Audio recordings demonstrated increasingly complex patterns, some seemingly in direct response to our presence. Dr. Richardson, meanwhile, had secured preliminary interest from his university colleagues based on our earlier findings. He proposed a comprehensive expedition for the following spring, a team of biologists, anthropologists, and other specialists who would systematically document the Olympic forest anomalies. This could revolutionize our understanding of primate evolution, he enthused during one of our planning calls, not to mention rewriting the anthropological record of the Pacific Northwest. I listened to his scientific excitement with growing unease. Something about the proposed expedition felt wrong, too invasive, too focused on discovery rather than understanding. Kyle's words echoed in my mind. They're trying to decide whether humans can be trusted. One evening in late October, as autumn painted the forest in crimson and gold, I hiked alone to the ridge where we'd first heard the coordinated knocking responses. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of decay and renewal that marks the changing seasons. I brought no recording equipment, no cameras, just myself and the journal Arthur had given me, now filled with my own observations. For hours I sat in silence as darkness fell, watching the stars appear above the ancient trees. Then, with deliberate care, I knocked 3 times on a fallen log beside me. The sound echoed briefly, then faded into the night. Minutes passed. Just as I began to feel foolish, a response came. 3 knocks, followed by 2, then 3 again. The same pattern from the radio when Kyle was missing. "I know you're there," I said aloud, my voice steady despite my pounding heart. "I know you've been watching us, studying us, just as we've been studying you." Silence, then movement, subtle but unmistakable. The shifting of weight, the careful placement of feet on the forest floor. Something large was approaching from the darkened tree line. I remained seated, fighting every instinct to flee. "I'm alone," I continued. "No cameras, no weapons, just me." A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Tall and broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair that blended perfectly with the night. In the faint starlight, I could make out only its silhouette, but it was undeniably the creature we'd been tracking for months. 7 feet tall at minimum, with proportions both familiar and alien. Longer arms, a more robust chest, and a head that seemed to sit directly on powerful shoulders without much of a neck. It stopped at the edge of the small clearing, regarding me with eyes I couldn't see but somehow felt upon me. "You've been here all along," I said quietly. "While we built cities and roads, while we pushed into every corner of the wilderness, you've been watching, adapting, hiding." The creature made a soft, rumbling sound, not threatening, but acknowledgement. "Dr. Richardson wants to bring more people here in the spring. Scientists. They'll want to study you, document you, make you known to the world." I hesitated. "I'm not sure that's the right thing to do." The being took another step forward, now clearly visible despite the darkness. Its face was more human than I'd expected. A prominent brow ridge over deep-set eyes that reflected intelligence and ancient wisdom. Not human, but person-like in a way that transcended species. It raised one massive hand, palm forward, not in threat, but in a gesture unmistakably similar to a human sign for stop. Understanding flowed through me with surprising clarity. They didn't want exposure. Centuries of hiding hadn't been merely about survival, but choice. A deliberate separation from human civilization and its consequences. "You want to remain a mystery," I said softly. "A legend rather than a scientific specimen." The creature made a series of complex sounds, whistles and deep vocalizations that seemed to carry meaning beyond my comprehension. Yet somehow, perhaps through expression and gesture, I grasped the essence: balance, boundaries, respect. I thought of Joseph Eaglefeather's words: "They protect sacred places from those who would harm them. They maintain balance." In that moment, I understood my role. Not as a discoverer or documenter, but as a guardian of boundaries, both theirs and ours. "I won't bring them here," I promised. "The evidence we've gathered, I'll make sure it raises questions without providing definitive answers. Enough to protect your territories without exposing your existence." The being studied me for a long moment, then made a deliberate gesture, touching its chest, then pointing to me, then back to itself. A connection, an agreement. With graceful, silent movement, it melted back into the forest, leaving me alone with a profound sense of responsibility and wonder. When spring arrived, I presented Dr. Richardson and his team with a carefully curated selection of our evidence, compelling enough to warrant protection of the remote regions of the Olympic forest, but inconclusive regarding the nature of what dwelled there. "Some of your most dramatic findings are missing," Richardson noted, puzzled. "The clearer photographs, the structured audio patterns. Data corruption," I explained with practiced casualness. "Hazard of field research in damp conditions." Jenny, who had come to share my perspective after lengthy discussions, supported my selective presentation. We recommended establishing wider conservation zones in the areas of activity, but suggested that direct observation expeditions would likely prove fruitless. These beings, whatever they are, have evaded scientific documentation for centuries, I concluded in our official report. Perhaps that's not a failure of science, but a choice we should respect. Richardson was disappointed but accepted our recommendations. The Olympic Forest received expanded protection status, with several remote areas designated as limited access ecological reserves, officially to protect watershed systems and endangered plant species, but actually creating buffer zones around territories we'd identified as significant. Arthur Blackwood, when I returned his journal with my additions, smiled knowingly. "You saw them," he said. "It wasn't a question." "I saw enough," I replied carefully. He nodded slowly. "Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, just honored. That's what I learned after 30 years. He tapped the journal. "Keep this safe. Someday, someone else will need to understand." I continue my work as a ranger in the Olympic Forest, more aware than ever of the ancient presence that shares these woods. Occasionally, hiking remote trails, I hear the distinctive knocking pattern or catch glimpses of movement just beyond normal perception, acknowledgments of our mutual understanding. I've become a guardian of boundaries in both directions, helping humans safely experience the wilderness while ensuring they don't push too far into realms that aren't theirs to claim. I maintain my official reports and records with careful ambiguity, preserving the mystery that protects both species. Sometimes visitors report strange experiences, objects moved in their camps, unusual sounds in the night, feelings of being watched. I listen with appropriate concern, offer rational explanations, and gently redirect them to safer trails. And on rare nights when the forest falls unnaturally silent, I sometimes hike to that same ridge and leave small offerings, fresh berries, or interesting objects I've found. By morning, they're always gone, replaced occasionally with gifts of their own. Intricately woven cedar bark, unusually shaped stones, or arrangements of forest materials that seem to communicate concepts beyond words. Jenny and I continue our unofficial research, documenting without exposing, learning without intruding. We've developed a deeper understanding of their territorial patterns, communication methods, and seasonal movements, knowledge we use to subtly adjust park policies and trail management without revealing the true reason. Dr. Richardson periodically checks in, still hoping for the definitive evidence that would secure his scientific legacy. I provide just enough to maintain his interest and support for the conservation measures, a delicate balance that sometimes weighs heavily on my conscience. Am I hindering important scientific discovery or preserving something precious that science might destroy? I don't know if I'll ever be certain. What I do know is that the Olympic Forest holds ancient secrets worth protecting. In a world where wilderness shrinks daily beneath human expansion, these beings have found a way to exist alongside us while remaining apart, perhaps the last truly wild intelligence on our crowded planet. Kyle Hendrickson, now studying environmental science in college, visits occasionally. Though we rarely speak directly about what happened, he seems to carry the same sense of responsibility I feel. He's organizing conservation efforts among younger generations, teaching them to respect the forest not just as a resource or playground, but as a living entity with boundaries and mysteries of its own. Last week, a new family of hikers reported strange knocking sounds near Ridge Creek Trail. As I recorded their account, I recognized the familiar pattern in their description, a greeting, not a warning. The forest people were acknowledging new visitors to their shared domain. I smiled reassuringly at the concerned hikers. The Olympic Forest speaks in many voices, I told them. Some we understand, others we may never fully comprehend. That's what makes wilderness so valuable. It remains wonderfully, necessarily mysterious. Later, standing alone on my cabin porch as night fell over the ancient trees, I felt the weight of my dual role, ranger to humans, witness to the guardians. The responsibility is immense, but so is the privilege of moving between worlds, understanding both while betraying neither. In the distance, 3 distinct knocks echoed through the darkness. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and knocked 3 times on the wooden railing. The forest answered with silence, then acceptance. I am the guardian's witness, keeper of boundaries, protector of mystery, and in this role, I found purpose beyond anything I could have imagined when I first donned the ranger's uniform. Some truths aren't meant to be known, only honored, protected, and passed quietly to those worthy of carrying them forward. In this ancient forest where legends breathe and shadows hold wisdom, I've learned that preserving mystery may be humanity's most important science of all. My name is Eugene Kim, and this happened to me back in 1997 in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, Minnesota, when I lived off the grid near a quiet inlet surrounded by thick fir trees, tangled undergrowth, and lakes so still you could watch a canoe glide across them without so much as a ripple. I had come out here 2 years earlier, trying to get away from the noise of Chicago, the snide remarks of old coworkers, and the dull ache of feeling like I wasn't doing a single thing in life that mattered. Out here, it felt like every day was my own. No bosses, no neighbors, no one to tell me I was doing it wrong. It was early May, the ice long melted, and the night still cool. My cabin sat on a small clearing a quarter-mile from a narrow lake with dark water and sloping shores strewn with pine needles. I built that cabin myself from cheap lumber, a crooked frame, and sheer stubbornness. If I leaned too hard on one wall, the whole place creaked like an old man's knee, and I had to admit it was far from perfect, but it was mine. On this particular morning, I woke up feeling restless. A strange heaviness hung in the air that I couldn't explain. I sat outside sipping coffee. I'd brewed too strong, thinking how quiet it was. A distant loon, wind in the spruce, nothing else. The silence had a weight to it I hadn't noticed before. The woods seemed to be holding their breath. My shotgun leaned against the log wall beside me. I used it mostly for hunting grouse and the occasional hare, though I never liked pulling the trigger. The recoil always bruised my shoulder, leaving a dull ache that lasted for days. I remember adjusting my wool hat and thinking I should stock up on firewood for the night still cold enough to see my breath. I had a small axe and a decent saw. The birches near the lake shore were good for kindling. While walking down to the water, I noticed something odd. A canoe, bright red, overturned at the edge of the lake, tied off but floating at a strange angle as if someone had left in a hurry. It wasn't mine. I didn't know anyone else who camped this close to my spot. Folks pass through sometimes, but not often this early in the year. I hesitated, then moved closer. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin and ordinary against the vastness of the wilderness. No reply. The morning air carried the smell of damp leaves and muddy ground, but there was something else, something metallic and wrong that made my stomach tighten. As I got closer, I saw a single paddle stuck upright in the mud. That's when I spotted a torn pack, half submerged, and some clothes scattered along the shore. The clothes looked like a man's flannel shirt and jeans, soaked and dirty. My heart began to thump harder. I spotted footprints that led from the shore into the thicker brush. They were big, heavier than mine, and I'm not exactly small. I weighed about 200 pounds, and these tracks looked deeper than anything I could make. I told myself it could be a trapper, a fisherman maybe. Still, it felt off. Something in me wanted to turn back, to return to my cabin and pretend I'd never seen the red canoe. But curiosity, or perhaps something deeper and more primal, propelled me forward. I followed those footprints quietly, parting damp branches. The forest felt different now, no longer the familiar backdrop to my solitary life, but something watchful and secretive. 50 yards in, I saw a pile of disturbed leaves near a fallen log. Something red caught my eye. I crouched down and nearly lost my breakfast. It was a man's body, face down. Blood soaked around the neck and shoulders. He wore an old baseball cap that had rolled a few feet away. The back of his shirt was shredded, his arms splayed awkwardly. I didn't know him. He looked about 40, maybe older, and he wasn't moving. I reached out to check his pulse, but I already knew. The ground had soaked up a dark, sticky patch. My hand shook. "Jesus Christ," I muttered. That's when I heard something snap behind me. A branch, a step. I turned slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. A man stood there, maybe 10 feet away. He was tall and wiry, with a shaved head and a crooked nose that looked like it had been broken more than once. He wore a faded green jacket and heavy boots. He held a large hunting knife, blade catching a bit of morning light. He didn't speak at first. His eyes locked onto mine, and I saw something hard and mean in that gaze. Like he didn't have the patience for conversation. I felt my knees weaken. I realized I had nothing but my hands. "Step away," he said. Just 2 words, low and direct. I took a step back, lifting my hand slightly as if that would help. He moved forward, and I saw old scars on his knuckles. The guy didn't look scared or rushed. He looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. I tried to calm myself, to think. I'd left my shotgun at the cabin. Not smart. I had a folding knife in my pocket. But that was no match for a killer who had just taken a man's life. My mouth went dry, and I could hear my pulse throbbing in my ears. "Look," I said, voice cracking. "I don't want trouble." He didn't seem to care. He pointed the knife toward me, his arm steady. The blade gleamed dully in the filtered morning light. His eyes were the color of slate, revealing nothing but cold determination. I took another step back and stumbled over a root. He moved in a sudden arc, grabbing my collar. I smelled old sweat and something like tobacco on him. He threw me down, and I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. I scrambled backward, my boots slipping on wet leaves. His knife flashed near my face. I thought he might be deciding whether to kill me right there or drag me off somewhere. A panic took hold. I kicked out. My foot caught his shin and he cursed. A guttural sound that barely seemed human. He swung the knife wildly at my arm. It grazed my jacket, slitting the fabric, scratching my forearm. The pain flared hot and immediate. I yelled, the sound ripping from my throat before I could stop it. He raised the knife again, but in that moment I rolled sideways and managed to pull free. I didn't have a plan. I just ran. I crashed through the brush, my body shaking, my arm bleeding. I could hear him behind me, heavy footsteps breaking branches, not caring about noise. My cabin wasn't far, and I realized my best chance was to get there, grab the shotgun and try to hold him off. The forest that had been my sanctuary for 2 years now became a maze of obstacles, branches clawing at my face, roots threatening to trip me, soft earth giving way underfoot. I zigzagged, my breath coming in gasps. I heard him swear behind me, calling me names. I swear I could feel his breath, but that was probably my imagination. The cut on my arm throbbed, warm blood seeping through my sleeve. The trees seemed to close in around me. I recognized a lightning-struck pine. I was getting close to my clearing. My lungs burned. Sweat ran into my eyes. I could hear him gaining ground. "You're dead," he called, his voice carrying through the trees. "You're already dead." I refused to believe him. I broke into my small clearing and darted inside my cabin. Slamming the flimsy door, I yanked my shotgun off the wall. My shells were in a tin box on the shelf. My fingers fumbled and I spilled them, scrambling to pick up 2, loading them quickly while trying not to sob. It felt like an eternity. The door rattled. The lock wouldn't hold. It was just a simple latch I'd built myself, never meant to keep out a determined man with murder on his mind. I took a deep breath. "Who are you?" I shouted, trying to sound tough. No reply. Just silence, then a scraping sound. I thought he might be circling around. I realized my cabin had just one door and a tiny back window. If he got in, I'd have nowhere to run. The walls suddenly seemed paper thin, the roof too low. My sanctuary had become a trap. I forced the window open, shoved out a box of old tools, and climbed through, landing on my backside. My shirt caught on a nail and tore. I didn't care. I stood up, holding the shotgun. If he came around, I'd have to face him. I moved slowly around the cabin, trying to keep quiet. A breeze picked up, rustling the pines. The sound masked my footsteps, but also his. I pressed my back against the rough logs of my cabin, inching along the wall. I spotted him near a birch tree about 20 yards out, crouched low, scanning. He held that knife low by his side, his shoulders tense. He hadn't seen me yet. I watched him turn slowly, surveying the area, looking for movement. His eyes narrowed as he studied my cabin's open window. I swallowed hard. Shooting a man was a horrible thought, but he'd killed someone already. Probably a traveler who crossed his path. He'd nearly gotten me. I couldn't just let him come at me again. My heart hammered in my ears. I aimed the shotgun. But the angle was bad, and I didn't trust myself. I tried to circle around quietly. I stepped on a twig, and he whipped his head around. Our eyes met. He charged. I had no choice. I fired. The blast kicked me backward. I missed. Bark flew from a trunk behind him. He ducked, dropped to a crouch, and rushed sideways, forcing me to pivot. My hands shook. I had one shell left in the chamber. He knew it. He grinned, teeth slightly crooked, and rushed forward in a zigzag. His eyes never left mine. Cold, calculating, patient. I tried to stay calm, steady my aim. The world narrowed to just him and me. The forest, the lake, my cabin, all of it fell away. There was only this moment, this choice. He was close now, close enough that I could see a scar running along his jaw, close enough that I could hear his breathing. I fired my second shot. This time I hit him, catching him in the upper torso. He stumbled, gasped, and then fell hard onto his side. A strange quiet followed, except for his ragged breathing. I stepped closer, still aiming, my heart pounding harder than ever. He rolled onto his back, blood staining his jacket. He opened his mouth but said nothing. His eyes flicked to my boots, then the sky, then settled somewhere beyond me. I watched his chest rise and fall unevenly. He choked, shuddered, and then stopped moving. I kept the gun trained on him for at least a minute, afraid he might lunge up. He didn't. It was done. I sat down on a stump, my legs trembling. The morning light had shifted. I felt dizzy and cold. There was a dead stranger by my cabin and another body in the woods. I remembered the victim's canoe, that red hull drifting. I'd have to get help. The nearest ranger station was half a day's hike. My arm stung. I peeled back my jacket to see a shallow cut, bleeding but not too bad. I wrapped it with a bandana. My throat felt dry as old bark. I wanted water, whiskey, anything. As I moved toward the lake, I kept thinking how stupid I'd been, how this peaceful life I loved had turned so suddenly ugly. My world had been quiet and safe in my head. Now there were two corpses, a ruined morning, and a sick feeling that would cling to me for a long time. I imagined explaining this to a ranger. I was minding my own business. This guy attacked me. He killed another man down by the shore. It sounded crazy, but it was true. I'd have to show them the bodies, hope they believed me. I washed my face at the lake's edge, the water shockingly cold. The red canoe bobbed gently. I turned it upright and found a name etched inside, Pete something. I couldn't read it well. I sighed. Whoever he was, he hadn't deserved that fate. I thought of going through his pack for an ID, but I decided not to right then. I just sat there, my back against a pine trunk, and stared across the water. The sun had risen higher, making tiny diamonds on the surface. The quiet had returned, as if nothing unusual had happened. But now I had this weight inside me. I would have to leave here and find a ranger, explain it all, deal with the questions, maybe even suspicions. I'd have to face my own regret at taking a life, even if I had no choice. I felt a hollow ache in my chest. Maybe living off the grid didn't guarantee peace. The world still seeped into the cracks. People with knives and ugly secrets could find you anywhere. I thought I was free out here, but I was just isolated. There were no neighbors to call for help, no friendly stranger to come running. I was alone, and that was both good and bad. I packed my shotgun and tried to calm down. I looked over at the killer's body lying near my cabin. I would have to report this, give a statement, and watch as strangers in uniform swarmed my quiet clearing. My cabin, my flimsy home, would be on the record. Maybe I'd have to leave. Maybe they'd say it was self-defense, but still, they might poke around until I couldn't stand it. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the ranger station, leaving behind the morning's violence but carrying its memory with me. The hike to the ranger station took longer than I expected. My arm throbbed, and every sound in the forest made me flinch. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that man with the knife again. Even though I knew he was dead, I had killed him. The reality of that struck me with each step. The ranger station was a simple wooden building with a green metal roof. When I stumbled in, a tall woman in a Forest Service uniform looked up from her desk. Her name tag read, Ranger Mills. I must have been a sight, blood-stained, dirty, wild-eyed. "Sir," she stood up quickly. "Are you all right?" The words spilled out of me in a jumble. A red canoe, a dead man, another man with a knife. I had to shoot him. 2 bodies back at my cabin. She made me sit down, gave me water, and radioed for backup. "Start from the beginning," she said calmly, pulling out a notebook. Slowly this time. I told her everything. The canoe, the body, being attacked, firing the shotgun. She wrote it all down without expression, but her eyes were sharp, assessing. When I finished, she asked me to wait while she made some calls. 2 hours later, I was sitting in the back of a Forest Service truck, heading back to my cabin with Ranger Mills and 2 state police officers. No one said much on the ride. I felt numb, disconnected from everything. At my cabin, I showed them where it had happened. The body of the man I'd shot was still there, exactly as I'd left him. One of the officers took photographs while Ranger Mills asked me more questions. I led them to the lake, to the red canoe, and then into the woods to the first body. Except the body wasn't there. "It was right here," I insisted, pointing to the disturbed ground. "By this fallen log." Ranger Mills and the officers exchanged glances. One of them crouched down, examining the area. "There's blood," he confirmed. "Something happened here." We spent the next hour searching the surrounding woods. No body, just some blood-stained leaves and trampled undergrowth. I felt sick, confused. I knew what I had seen. "Maybe an animal dragged it away," one officer suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. Back at my cabin, they took more statements. They searched the dead man's pockets and found a wallet with an ID. Paul Mercer, 45, from Duluth. No criminal record that they could access by radio. Just a man with a knife who had tried to kill me. "We need to find the other victim," Ranger Mills said finally. "We'll get a search team out here first thing tomorrow." The officers wanted to take me in for further questioning, but Ranger Mills intervened. "He's injured, exhausted, and in shock," she said. "I'll stay with him tonight. You can question him more tomorrow." After they left with Mercer's body in a black bag, Ranger Mills built a fire in my wood stove. She had radioed for a doctor who would arrive in the morning to check my arm. "You should try to rest," she said, her voice gentler than before. "I can't," I replied. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him coming at me with that knife." She nodded. "That's normal. It'll take time." "The other body," I said. "You believe me, right? That I saw it?" She considered this. "I believe you saw something. The blood suggests you're telling the truth. But without a body..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Without a body, my story was incomplete. Suspicious, even. I had killed a man. Self-defense, I claimed. But what if there was no other victim? What if I had imagined it all? No, I hadn't. I knew what I saw. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept listening for sounds outside, imagining footsteps, imagining that somehow Paul Mercer had come back to life and was circling my cabin. Ranger Mills dozed in a chair by the wood stove, her radio occasionally crackling with static. Around 3 a.m., I heard something outside, a soft scraping sound against the cabin wall. Ranger Mills heard it too. She was instantly alert, hand moving to her sidearm. "Stay here," she whispered, moving to the window. She peered out into the darkness, then relaxed slightly. "Just a raccoon," she said, but I wasn't convinced. I joined her at the window. The night was clear, with a half-moon casting silver light on my clearing. Nothing moved. There, she pointed, and I saw it then, a small masked face looking back at us before scurrying away into the underbrush. I exhaled slowly. Just a raccoon. Nothing more. But the unease remained, settling deep in my bones like the cold. Morning came with a thin mist rising from the lake. The search team arrived early. 6 rangers and a dog handler with a German shepherd trained to find human remains. Ranger Mills introduced me to Dr. Carson, a gray-haired man with gentle hands who cleaned and properly bandaged my arm. "Not too deep," he said, "but keep it clean. Come see me in town next week to check for infection." I nodded, though I wasn't sure I'd ever return to town. This place, my sanctuary, felt different now. Tainted. The quiet that had once been comforting now seemed ominous. Every shadow held a threat. The search team spread out through the woods. I led them to where I had found the first body, and they began a methodical grid search outward from that point. The dog sniffed eagerly at the blood-stained ground, then pulled his handler deeper into the forest. While they searched, I sat on my cabin steps with Ranger Mills. More officers had arrived to investigate the area around my cabin where I had shot Mercer. They took more photographs, collected shell casings, measured distances. "What happens next?" I asked Ranger Mills. "That depends on what we find," she replied honestly. "If there's another body, it supports your story. If not," she shrugged, "we'll have to dig deeper." I nodded, understanding the implication. I didn't know him, Mercer. I'd never seen him before. "We're checking into his background," she said. "Maybe that will tell us something." Around noon there was a commotion in the woods. The dog had found something. Ranger Mills and I hurried toward the shouting. About a quarter mile from where I had originally seen the body, down a steep ravine, the search team had found him. The victim lay face down in a small creek, his body partially submerged. The rangers were carefully documenting the scene before moving him. "He was dragged," one ranger explained, pointing to marks on the ground. "Someone pulled him down here after he was killed." My head spun. Mercer must have moved him after I found the body. But why? Ranger Mills shook her head. "That's what we need to figure out." The victim was carefully removed from the creek and placed in a body bag. Before they zipped it up, I caught a glimpse of his face, pale, waxy, eyes half open. He looked younger than I had thought, maybe mid-30s. Back at my cabin, a ranger approached with news. "We found an ID in his wallet. Name's Peter Laskowski, 36, from Minneapolis." He handed Ranger Mills a plastic evidence bag containing a soggy wallet. "The canoe," I said. "It had Pete carved into it." Ranger Mills nodded. What would bring Peter Laskowski out here in early May alone? And why would Mercer kill him? No one had an answer. The investigation continued through the afternoon. More officers arrived. They took my shotgun as evidence. They photographed the inside of my cabin, asked about my life here, how long I'd been living off the grid. By evening, most of them had left. Only Ranger Mills and 2 officers remained, planning to stay one more night before escorting me to town for a formal statement. As darkness fell, Ranger Mills received a radio call. She stepped outside to take it, returning with a grim expression. "They've identified both men," she said. "Paul Mercer was a fugitive, wanted for 2 murders in Wisconsin, violent home invasions. He'd been on the run for 6 months." I felt a chill. And Laskowski? Peter Laskowski was a freelance journalist. He wrote for outdoor magazines mostly, but his editor says he was working on a piece about fugitives hiding in wilderness areas. She paused. He was tracking Mercer. The pieces fell into place. Laskowski had found Mercer, and Mercer had killed him for it. Then I had stumbled onto the scene, another witness to eliminate. So I struggled to find the words. In the wrong place at the wrong time. Ranger Mills finished for me. Mercer couldn't leave witnesses. That night, I sat outside my cabin, looking at the stars. The officers had gone to bed in their tents. Ranger Mills joined me, offering a cigarette, which I declined. "What will you do now?" she asked. I considered this. "I don't know. I came out here to find peace, to escape." I gestured at the dark woods around us, But maybe there's no such thing as escape. The world finds you wherever you go." She nodded. "People think wilderness is empty. It never is. It's full of stories, histories, lives intersecting." We sat in silence for a while. "You saved yourself," she said finally. "Remember that. When the nightmares come, and they will, remember that you did what you had to do." I knew she was right. But it didn't make it easier. I had taken a life. Justified or not, that weight would stay with me. The next morning, as we prepared to leave, I took one last look at my cabin, the crooked frame, the uneven walls, the small garden I had planted. For 2 years, it had been my refuge. Now it seemed small and vulnerable against the vastness of the forest. "I'll come back," I told Ranger Mills, though I wasn't sure if I meant it. "Most people don't," she replied. "Not after something like this." As we hiked away from the clearing, I felt the wilderness watching me go. The trees swayed slightly in the morning breeze. A loon called from the lake. The world continued, indifferent to the violence that had erupted in its midst. I had come to the boundary waters seeking solitude, believing that isolation meant safety. Now I understood that nowhere is truly isolated. We carry our vulnerabilities with us wherever we go. The real wilderness isn't out there in the trees and lakes. It's the unknown terrain of other people's intentions, the dark forests of their minds. And sometimes, no matter how far you run, that wilderness finds you. I'm writing this down because someone needs to know what can happen on the Abrams Falls Trail in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Tennessee. Not for attention, not for validation. Just so the next person who signs that register at the trailhead kiosk might think twice about the time they start walking. It was early December, a Tuesday, the kind of dead zone weekday when most sensible people are at work and the park feels like it belongs to you alone. The temperature hovered in the low 40s. The sky hung gray and close, that flat winter light that makes everything look two-dimensional. My cousin Lance and I had driven down from Knoxville with the simple goal of getting some air and stretching our legs before the week swallowed us whole again. We'd done this trail before. 5 miles round trip. Easy terrain. Nothing technical. The kind of walk you can finish in under 3 hours if you keep moving and don't stop to photograph every cascade. At the visitor center, an older volunteer with a name tag that read Barbara reminded us about the time. Her exact words were, "Be back before dusk. Wildlife gets active near the switchbacks this time of year, and you don't want to be on that trail when the light goes." We nodded. We'd heard the bear warnings before. Every visitor center in the Smokies has the same posters, the same reminders about keeping distance, making noise, not running. We thought we knew what we were preparing for. Black bears getting bold before denning. Maybe an aggressive buck during rut season. The usual concerns. We signed the trail register. My signature, then Lance's. Both of us noting the time, 2:10 p.m. The plan was simple. Walk for an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. Turn around if it felt late. Get back to the parking area before the afternoon loop road traffic started picking up again. Simple, reasonable, the kind of plan that should have worked. The first 40 minutes were perfect. The trail followed Abrams Creek, the water running fast and loud to our right. The path wound through laurel and rhododendron, the tread worn smooth by decades of boots. We passed 2 couples heading back to the trailhead, both pairs looking tired but satisfied. A solo hiker with expensive trekking poles and a hydration pack gave us a nod as he powered past, moving like he had a schedule to keep. The forest smelled the way it should. Damp leaves, cold water, that mineral scent of wet rock. Roots crossed the trail in thick cords. The dirt was slick in places where the canopy kept the sun from drying it out. Lance and I kept a steady pace, not pushing, just moving. We talked about work, about his kids' school play, about whether we'd stop for barbecue on the way home. Normal things, comfortable things. At the 35-minute mark, maybe 40, we reached a bench. It was one of those simple wooden seats the Park Service installs at wider sections of trail, the kind of spot where you can sit and catch your breath and look through the brush toward the water below. We didn't sit, but we did stop. And that's when I saw it. The deer was uphill from us, maybe 15 yards away, standing on the slope above the trail. At first glance, it was just a buck. A large one. But something about it pulled my attention and held it there with an uncomfortable grip. It wasn't feeding. Deer browse constantly, heads down, lips working at whatever vegetation they can reach. This one stood absolutely still, head elevated slightly, not looking at anything in particular, just standing. The posture was wrong, too rigid, too deliberate, like it was posing. The antlers caught my attention next. The rack was tall, maybe 8 or 9 points, but the symmetry was off. One side had longer tines than the other, and the points didn't match the usual pattern you see on whitetail bucks in this region. Strips of what looked like gray velvet hung from one of the main beams, dragging down in ragged pieces. But it was December. Bucks shed their velvet in early fall, usually by September. By December, the antlers should be hard and clean, polished from rubbing against trees during the rut. This velvet was wrong, old, decomposing. The strips moved slightly in the breeze, and I could see where the tissue had torn away from the bone in uneven tiers. "Hey there, big guy," I said, keeping my voice low and steady. "Easy. We're just passing through." The buck didn't react. No ear flick. No head shake. No nervous stomp of the front hooves. It just stood there, and its eyes, God, its eyes didn't look away from us. Didn't shift to scan for other threats. Didn't blink that I could see. They just held us in place. I've spent enough time in these mountains to know animal behavior. Deer are nervous creatures. They're prey animals, wired for flight, constantly alert. Even the big bucks during rut, when they're pumped full of hormones and aggression, still maintain that baseline wariness. They watch you, assess you, and then they make a decision: ignore, flee, or posture. This one didn't do any of those things. It just stood there on the slope, and the longer I looked at it, the more details started to bother me. The stance was too square. Weight distributed evenly on all 4 legs in a way that looked almost planted. The neck was too thick where it met the shoulders, the proportions slightly off, and the way it held its head, that slight elevation, made it look like it was looking down at us rather than simply observing us. "We need to back up," I said to Lance, keeping my voice quiet but firm. "Slowly. Keep something between you and it." Lance had been staring at the buck too. He nodded once, and we began to ease backward down the trail, moving carefully, not turning our backs on the animal. We angled toward the downhill side of the path, putting tree trunks between us and the slope whenever possible. The buck still didn't move. Not a muscle, not a twitch. And then it did something that made my stomach drop. It rose. Not a bound, not a rear with front hooves striking out, not the explosive burst of motion you expect from a startled deer. It rose the way a person stands up from a chair, smooth, controlled, deliberate. The hind legs straightened first, extending at the joints with a mechanical precision that looked completely alien on a deer's body. The rear quarters lifted, and the spine, instead of dipping or curving the way it should when an animal balances on 2 legs, remained almost perfectly level. The chest came up, rising higher and higher above the slope, and the head stayed fixed in position as if the whole thing was used to moving this way. The front legs hung down, longer than they should have been, the joints visible and wrong, where there should have been the single-axis bend of a deer's front leg. There were articulation points that looked too much like elbows. The ends of those legs weren't hooves. They were pale, almost gray, and segmented in a way that made my brain scramble for a comparison. They looked like they could flex, like they could grip. The entire motion took maybe 3 seconds. 3 seconds of watching something that should be impossible happen right in front of me on a normal hiking trail in broad daylight. Lance made a sound in his throat. Not a word. Just a sound. "Back," I said, hearing my voice come out steadier than I felt. "Keep backing. Don't run." We moved faster now, still facing the thing on the slope, still not turning away. The trail curved slightly, and for a moment I thought we might lose sight of it around the bend. My heart hammered against my ribs. Sweat broke out on my back despite the cold. As we rounded the curve, I glanced down at the trail surface. There were marks in the leaf litter near our boots. Two thin parallel lines dragged across the leaves, running perpendicular to the path. They were close together, maybe 6 inches apart, and shallow. The kind of marks you might see if someone had dragged a pair of sticks across the ground at shin height. But there was nothing on the trail that could have made them. No fallen branches, no equipment, just those two lines, fresh and clean, cutting through the debris. I didn't stop to examine them. We kept moving. The trail straightened out after the bend, and I risked a glance back over my shoulder. The thing was still there on the slope, still upright, and as I watched, it took a step, then another. It was walking, on 2 legs, down toward the trail. "It's coming," Lance said, and I heard the tight control in his voice. He was scared. So was I. But panic on this trail meant broken bones, or worse, the drop-off to the creek was steep and littered with rocks. "Steady," I said. "We know this trail. We keep moving. We don't slip." The thing reached the trail surface and stepped onto the packed dirt. It took 3 full paces, upright, balanced, purposeful, directly across the flat section of the bench cut. The front limbs swung slightly with each step, and I could see the joints bend and extend with each movement. The ends, those pale, segmented ends, touched the ground briefly with each stride, and I heard a soft brushing sound, almost like fingers dragging across fabric. The antlers scraped against a low branch. The sound made my teeth ache, dry and rasping like bone on wood, accompanied by the whisper of dead vines sliding along the tines. It was a small sound, barely audible over the creek noise, but it cut through everything else. The thing's head tilted slightly, and its gaze, I can't call it anything else, locked onto us with an intensity that felt deliberate. It knew we were retreating. It understood what that meant, and it was deciding what to do about it. We traded positions on the trail, so Lance was on the outer edge at the next tight corner. He had better balance than me, and the downhill side of the path was slick with wet leaves. One wrong step there meant a tumbling fall toward the creek bed 30 feet below, and at our age that kind of fall meant compound fractures or worse. "Root there," Lance said, pointing at a thick cord of oak root crossing the tread. "Step over, don't try to step on it." "Got it," I said. My breath was coming faster now, but I kept it controlled. Panic burns oxygen. Panic makes you stupid. We moved down the trail in a rhythm. Step, check behind. Step, check behind. Every time we completed a switchback and looked back up the slope, the thing appeared again at the high edge of the bench cut, same distance from us. Maybe 30 yards, never closer, never farther, just maintaining that steady, uncomfortable proximity. It had dropped back to all fours, but the movement was wrong. Normal deer move with a bouncing gait, a kind of elastic energy that comes from those powerful hind legs. This thing moved with a smooth, flowing stride that looked more like a predator than prey. No bouncing, no wasted motion, just efficient, purposeful forward movement. And it was quiet, too quiet. Deer crashing through the brush make noise, branches snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional grunt or snort. This thing moved through the undergrowth like it weighed nothing, like it was made of something other than flesh and bone. The only sounds it made were incidental, brush contact, leaf displacement, the occasional scrape of those antlers against low branches. I kept my eyes on landmarks, burning them into memory. An old drill hole in a large boulder near the trail, probably from some ancient Park Service project. A broken trekking pole segment lying in the leaves 5 feet off the path, the grip still wrapped in faded blue tape. A dense cluster of mountain laurel that forced the trail to bend closer to the drop-off. I knew I'd need to describe all of this later. I knew I'd need to prove we weren't making this up, that we hadn't panicked over nothing. Every time I thought about speeding up, about breaking into a jog despite the risks, the thing would move one deliberate pace forward on the high edge of the trail. Just one step, just enough to remind us it was there, that it could close the distance if it wanted to. And each time it did that, I'd picture my boots slipping out from under me. Picture the long tumbling fall. Picture lying at the bottom of the slope with a broken leg while that thing picked its way down to me at its own pace. So we walked, fast but controlled. Steady breathing. Careful foot placement. The creak noise stayed constant off to our right. Water over rock. That white noise that usually sounds peaceful but now just seemed to cover up other sounds. The light was getting flatter, that late afternoon quality where shadows stop giving you depth perception and everything starts to look like a stage set. Then we heard voices ahead. 2 hikers came around the bend toward us, moving uphill at a casual pace. They were older, maybe in their 60s, both wearing tan bucket hats and carrying binoculars on chest harnesses. Birders, the kind of people who spend hours standing still in the woods waiting for a glimpse of a scarlet tanager or a pileated woodpecker. They saw our faces and stopped walking, just froze mid-step. "There's a buck on the trail," I said, keeping my voice level. "Acting strange. We're heading back to the parking area. You might want to come with us." The taller one, a woman with gray hair tied back in a bun, looked past us up the trail, squinting. "I don't see," she cut off. She'd seen it. The thing had stepped onto the trail behind us, maybe 40 yards back now. It stood there on all fours. But even at that distance, something about its proportions looked wrong. Too tall at the shoulder, front legs too long, head held at an angle that didn't match any deer I'd ever seen. "God almighty," the shorter birder said. A man with a thick gray beard. "What's wrong with it?" "Don't know," Lance said, "but we're not waiting to find out. Come with us, now." They didn't argue. The 4 of us formed a loose group and continued down the trail, moving faster now but still careful. I was acutely aware that 2 more people meant 2 more chances for someone to slip, to panic, to make a mistake that would force the rest of us to stop. The trail widened slightly, and for maybe 30 yards we had a clear view of the path ahead and behind. The thing stepped out onto the cleanest part of the trail on the high side, and for several seconds every part of it was visible in the flat gray light. The back was too flat, almost like someone had pressed it down with a heavy hand. The shoulders rolled forward under skin that looked too thin, like parchment stretched over a frame. The spine barely moved with its breathing, if it was breathing. The front joints flexed and extended with each step, those elbow-like hinges bending in ways that made my mind reject what I was seeing. And the ends of those front legs pressed against the trail surface with a soft flexibility that was nothing like hooves. They bent slightly at contact, like fingers pressing into clay, then released and lifted for the next step. "Those are hands," the male birder said, his voice perfectly steady, clinical even. "I'm looking at hands." He said it the way you'd identify a bird species, confident, factual, with decades of observation behind the statement. This was a man who'd spent his life putting names to shapes, and now he was looking at a shape that didn't have a name. The thing held its position for a moment, and in that frozen tableau I could see every detail. The strips of dead velvet hanging from the antlers, moving slightly in the breeze. The way the rib cage didn't expand and contract with breathing. The complete absence of any white tail flash that gives white-tailed deer their name. The eyes darker than they should be, rounder than they should be, fixed on our group with an attention that felt more human than animal. Then it moved again, maintaining its distance, and we kept walking. The last 100 yards felt endless. The trail descended more steeply here, the switchbacks tighter, the drop-off on the creek side more severe. I could hear car doors now, the distant sound of engines, a child's laughter echoing through the trees, normal sounds, human sounds, safety sounds. The trailhead opened up ahead of us, the small gravel parking lot, the information kiosk with its weathered map under plexiglass, the split rail fence that marked the boundary between the maintained trail and the surrounding woods. There were 3 vehicles, our Subaru, a blue minivan with Ohio plates, and a Park Service truck. A family stood next to the minivan, parents and 2 kids, maybe 13 and 16 years old. They had a blanket spread on the ground with snacks laid out, taking advantage of the last warm light before packing up. The father, a heavy-set man in a fleece vest, looked past us toward the trail mouth. His expression changed instantly. He saw it. His teenage son took a step forward and braced his hands on his knees, staring. "What the hell is that?" he said, and his mother shushed him automatically before she turned and saw it too. The thing stood at the top of the cut where the trail entered the parking area. It was fully upright again, rear legs planted, front legs hanging down, head and antlers clearly visible above the brush line, standing there in full view of 6 adults and 2 children in broad daylight in a national park parking lot. It looked at us, all of us, moving its head slightly to take in the whole group, and I swear to God I could feel the weight of that gaze, the assessment happening behind those 2 round eyes. Then it dropped. The motion was sudden but completely controlled. A smooth fold that brought it from 2 legs to 4 in a single fluid movement. No stumble, no crash, just a practiced, efficient transition from one mode of locomotion to another. It turned and moved along the top of the embankment, heading for a thick stand of rhododendron. The movement was fast, that same ground-covering stride we'd been watching for the past hour. But now, without the restraint, it moved with the kind of speed that should have been accompanied by the crash of breaking branches, the scatter of startled birds, the thud of heavy impact. But there was almost no sound, just the whisper of brush parting and the creek continuing its endless flow over rock. It vanished into the rhododendron, and the forest swallowed it completely. For maybe 5 seconds, nobody moved. We all stood there in the parking lot, strangers united by witnessing something that shouldn't exist, something that violated basic rules about how animals move and behave. The park ranger's truck door opened. A young ranger, probably mid-30s, fit, with the kind of competent air that comes from actual wilderness experience rather than just book learning, stepped out and walked toward us. His name tag read, Phillips. "Folks all right?" he asked, looking at our faces. He'd clearly been monitoring the trailhead, waiting for us to come out. "We're okay," I said. "Not hurt. But that deer—" "I saw it," Phillips said quietly. "End of it anyway. You were followed?" "The whole way down," Lance said. "From the bench at mile marker 2. Phillips nodded slowly, like this confirmed something he'd been thinking. "Let's get you over to the visitor center. I need to make some calls." The visitor center's back office smelled like burnt coffee and paper. Phillips sat us down and brought water bottles while he got on his radio. The 4 birders were there too. It turned out their names were George and Linda, and they'd been coming to the Smokies for 20 years. The family from Ohio had declined to stick around, packing up their van in record time and heading out before Phillips could get their full statement. "I need you to walk me through it," Phillips said, pulling out a notebook. Not a tablet, not a phone, an actual paper notebook with a pen clipped to the cover. "Start from when you first saw it. Take your time. Details matter." So I told him. Everything. The way it stood too still. The velvet strips on the antlers. The unnatural rising motion. The pursuit down the trail. The parallel drag marks in the leaves. The way it moved on all 4s with too much control and too little sound. The upright stance at the trailhead. George confirmed the hand observation, and Linda added details about the shoulder structure that I'd missed. How the joint looked wrong, too much like a human clavicle and not enough like a deer's leg assembly. Phillips wrote it all down, not interrupting, not editorializing. When I finished, he looked at Lance. "Anything to add?" "The eyes," Lance said. "I kept coming back to the eyes. They didn't move right. Deer eyes are always moving, always scanning. These just stared, like they were thinking." Phillips made a note, then closed his notebook. "I'm going to be straight with you. This isn't the first report. It's not even the first one this month." That hit me like cold water. "What?" "We've had 6 other encounters reported since mid-November. All on this trail. All describing something similar. Deer that don't move right. Deer that stand upright. Deer that follow hikers at a fixed distance. One couple 2 weeks ago said it matched their pace for 40 minutes. They practically ran the last mile, and it kept up the whole time." "What is it?" Linda asked. Philip shook his head. "I don't know. Wildlife biology says it's impossible. Deer anatomy doesn't support sustained bipedal movement. The muscle structure isn't there. The skeletal articulation is wrong. The balance mechanism doesn't work. But I've seen the tracks now from 3 different encounters. I've seen the trail camera footage from the automated station near the bridge, and now I've seen it myself from a distance. And, I pressed. And it's not attacking anyone, it's not threatening. It follows, it observes, and then it leaves. Every single time. No injuries, no property damage, nothing. So what are you doing about it? George asked, his birder's precision applying itself to a very different kind of observation problem now. We've closed the trail twice for sweeps. Found nothing. We've got cameras at every half-mile marker now. We're tracking it best we can. But whatever it is, it's smart enough to avoid the cameras when it matters, and bold enough to walk through them when it doesn't. He stood up and opened a file drawer, pulling out a folder. Inside were printed photos, trail camera shots. Most showed normal wildlife, deer, raccoons, turkeys, one black bear. But 3 showed something else. The first showed a deer-shaped figure at the edge of the frame, caught mid-step. The proportions looked off even in the grainy night vision image. The second showed the same figure, closer, head turned toward the camera. The eyes reflected the camera flash in a way that looked more like a primate than a deer, too much white showing around the pupil. The third photo made my breath catch. It showed the thing upright, fully bipedal, standing in the middle of the trail at 2:47 a.m., according to the timestamp. The front legs were clearly visible hanging down, the segmented ends just discernible in the image quality, and it was looking directly at the camera. That's from 3 nights ago, Philip said. Trail marker 7, about half a mile from where you first saw it. Have you sent this to wildlife experts? Linda asked. Yes, National Park Service Zoology Division, University of Tennessee Wildlife Program, 2 independent cryptozoologists we consulted with quietly. Everyone says the same thing. Anatomically impossible. Probably a hoax or a misidentification. But I've got 7 groups of witnesses now, including 2 wildlife photographers and a retired park ranger. These aren't tourists who've never seen a deer before. He put the photos away and looked at us seriously. Here's what I can tell you. The trail stays open. I don't have cause to close it based on what we've seen, but we're putting up additional warning signs about wildlife activity. We're recommending groups of 3 or more, earlier start times, and mandatory headlamps. And we're asking anyone who encounters this thing to report to me immediately, with as much detail as possible. You think there's only one? Lance asked. Phillips hesitated. I hope so. It's been 4 months since that afternoon on the Abrams Falls Trail. Lance and I haven't gone back. Maybe we will eventually, but not yet. Not until I can think about that trail without feeling the weight of those eyes on the back of my neck. We do still hike. We go to other trails in the park. Laurel Falls, Rainbow Falls, even Alum Cave when we're feeling ambitious. But we follow new rules now. Rules we made up ourselves based on what we learned. Never start a trail with less than 3 hours until sunset. The thing we saw became active in late afternoon. Maybe that's when it hunts, or maybe that's when it feels safe enough to move. Either way, we don't give it the advantage of fading light. Never hike alone. This should be standard practice anyway, but now it's non-negotiable. Whatever that thing is, it's smart enough to evaluate groups. It maintained distance from 4 people more carefully than it did from 2. Numbers matter. Trust your gut about animal behavior. If something about a deer's posture feels wrong, if the eyes don't move right, if the stance looks too deliberate, back away immediately. Don't wait to be proven right. Don't worry about looking foolish. Just leave. Count your pace against posted hours religiously. Park Service closing times aren't suggestions. They're based on decades of experience about when trails become dangerous. We used to treat them as rough guidelines. Now we treat them as hard limits. Know your exit points before you need them. On every trail now, I note landmarks, distances, and alternative routes. I look for where the trail intersects roads, where parking areas are located, where ranger stations sit. If we need to move fast, I want to know exactly where we're going. Don't trust sounds that don't match their sources. This is harder to explain. But since that day, I've become hyper-aware of how sounds should fit together in the woods. Bird calls should come with bird movement. Footsteps should come with breathing. Breaking branches should come with the crash of a body moving through brush. If the sound doesn't match, don't investigate it. Document everything. I carry a small notebook now, and if anything feels wrong, I write it down immediately. Time, location, description, weather conditions. I take photos of trail markers, of unusual tracks, of anything that might matter later. Memory is unreliable, especially when you're scared. Writing is permanent. The Park Service has quietly updated their trail conditions website. Abrams Falls Trail now has a yellow warning flag for unusual wildlife activity. The description is vague, something about animals displaying non-typical behavior patterns and recommendations for group hiking during daylight hours only. Most people probably don't even notice it, but it's there. George and Linda still go to the park, but they've shifted to the northern trails now. Porter's Creek, Ramsey Cascades, the quieter sections where fewer people go. They sent us a Christmas card with a note saying they'd seen something interesting, but not alarming, on the Porter's Creek Trail in January, but they didn't elaborate. I'm not sure I want to know. Phillips emails occasionally with updates. He's up to 14 reported encounters now, all on the same trail, all describing similar behavior. The thing or things hasn't hurt anyone, hasn't charged, hasn't made contact, hasn't done anything overtly aggressive. It just follows and watches. But that's what bothers me most. The watching. The way it maintained that exact distance. The way it timed its movements to match ours. The way it stood at the trailhead and looked at all of us like it was taking notes. That's not animal behavior. That's not instinct. That's something else. I've read theories online. Everything from misidentified bears with mange to genetic mutations to elaborate hoaxes involving costumes. None of them fit what I saw. Bears don't move like that. Genetic mutations don't work that fast or that completely. And no costume I've ever seen could replicate the way those joints moved, the way the thing transitioned from 2 legs to 4 with that fluid control. Last week I drove past the Abrams Falls trailhead on the Loop Road. It was mid-afternoon, clear and cold, and there were 6 cars in the parking area. Normal hikers starting a normal afternoon walk on a popular trail in a national park. I slowed down, watching the trailhead, half expecting to see something watching them back. I didn't see anything, just trees and shadows and the gray winter light filtering through bare branches. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something saw me. If you're planning to hike that trail, go ahead. It's a beautiful walk, and statistically you'll be fine. Most people are. But follow the recommendations. Start early. Go in groups. Stay alert. And if you see a deer that doesn't act like a deer, don't wait to figure out what it actually is. Just leave. Walk back the way you came. Keep something between you and it, and don't stop until you're back in your car with the doors locked. Report it to the ranger on duty, give them details, and let them decide what to do with the information. Because here's what I know now. The woods are bigger than we think they are, and the things that live there are stranger than we've been taught to expect. We like to believe we understand our national parks, that they're mapped and measured and explained. We like to think that the age of undiscovered things is over, that science has cataloged everything worth cataloging. But that thing on the Abrams Falls Trail proved me wrong. It exists, it moves, it thinks, and it's patient. That's what keeps me up sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn. Not the fear of what it might do, but the patience it showed. The way it could have closed the distance at any time but chose not to. The way it followed us for an hour at exactly the same distance, like it was conducting an experiment, like it was learning. What happens when it finishes learning? What happens when it decides it knows enough about how we move, how we think, how we react when we're afraid? I don't know, and I'm not eager to find out. So I hike earlier now. I stick to crowded trails. I check behind me more often than I used to. And when I see a deer standing too still on a hillside above the path, I don't stop to admire it. I just keep walking, and I don't look back until I'm sure I'm alone. I work for U.S. Border Patrol, which raises questions when I mention Monument Valley. Most people associate my agency with the southern border, the desert sprawl of Texas and California. But last July, I found myself in Kayenta, Arizona, on what started as a routine break that morphed into a training attachment with Navajo Nation Police. We were running traffic interdiction drills and coordination exercises, the kind of interagency work that keeps communication channels open and procedures aligned. I'd driven us Route 163 between Kayenta and Oljato Monument Valley dozens of times by that point. I could navigate it half asleep, listing every pullout, cattle guard, and scenic overlook without consulting a map. The highway has a rhythm to it. Long straightaways where the mittens rise from the desert floor like monuments to geology itself, punctuated by gentle curves that feel almost apologetic for interrupting the view. Summer driving suited me best. Tourist traffic thinned during the brutal afternoon hours when temperatures climbed past 100 degrees. Most visitors retreated to air-conditioned hotels or restaurants, leaving the highway open for those of us who had business to conduct. That particular afternoon started without ceremony. I topped off my fuel tank at the large station on the north edge of Kayenta around 2:30. The sun hammered down with the kind of intensity that makes asphalt shimmer and mirages dance on the horizon. I set my AC to maximum, cracked the windows just enough to bleed off the accumulated heat, and checked my phone. A text from Sergeant Bernard Whitehorse of the NNP confirmed our morning session had been logged and filed. He mentioned they'd be running a small sobriety checkpoint near Oljato later that evening, timed to coincide with a community gathering. "If you come back through, swing wide toward the cones and we'll wave you by," his message read. Standard courtesy between law enforcement. I typed back a quick acknowledgement, pocketed my phone, and pulled out onto the highway. The road north leaves Kayenta with an ease that always helped me decompress. The town falls away quickly, replaced by the vast openness that defines this part of Arizona. Red rock formations rose in the distance, their shadows sharp against the brilliant sky. A few miles up, I passed the Forrest Gump Point pullout, predictably crowded with rental cars. Tourists knelt in the center line, phones extended, chasing that iconic photograph. I rolled past without slowing, settling into the comfortable isolation of a long, empty highway stretch. My radio sat quiet. Dispatch handled calls for sectors farther south. Out here, in coordination with tribal police, we maintained a lighter presence. No traffic appeared in my rearview mirror. Nothing materialized ahead except heat shimmer and road. The kind of peaceful emptiness that lets your mind wander while your hands and eyes handle the mechanical task of driving. I thought about dinner plans, about the report I needed to finish that evening, about whether I'd have time to call my mother before she went to bed in her Eastern time zone. The dashboard clock read 2:47 p.m. when everything changed. Distance deceives in the desert. Objects appear closer or farther depending on heat distortion and the quality of light. When I first spotted the shape in my lane, my brain cataloged it automatically. Coyote, standing still, probably disoriented by heat or illness. Not unusual. Wildlife encounters happened regularly on these remote stretches. The protocol was simple: slow down, give them space, let them move off the road. I eased off the accelerator, dropping from 60 to 45, then to 30. The shape didn't move. I tapped my horn twice, a courtesy warning. Nothing. The animal remained fixed in place, centered in my lane with deliberate precision. That's when my training kicked into a higher gear. I unlatched my holster, not drawing but making my sidearm accessible, and continued rolling forward at reduced speed. 30 yards became 20. Details emerged that contradicted my initial assessment. The rib cage looked elongated, stretched beyond normal canine proportions. The hips sat at an angle that seemed anatomically wrong, rotated off their natural axis. The forelegs hung forward in a posture that suggested weight distribution incompatible with four-legged locomotion. Every instinct I'd developed over years of field work started sending urgent signals. This wasn't right. At 15 yards it moved, not away from the truck, not toward the shoulder. It rose. The motion defied every pattern I'd observed in wildlife. Bears rear up to catch scent on the wind, to intimidate threats, to gain a better vantage point. This wasn't that. This thing straightened like a person standing from a crouch, knees tracking inward, arms hanging with elbows flared at angles no human shoulder joint could accommodate. The muzzle remained elongated, distinctly canine, but the eyes performed an action that turned my stomach. They tracked me. Not with head movements, not with the whole body pivots animals use. The eyes themselves moved in their sockets, following my truck's approach with small, precise corrections. Watching me watch it, I've stared down armed suspects, faced dangerous animals, worked scenes that would give most people nightmares. Nothing prepared me for the intelligence in that gaze, the calculated assessment happening behind those eyes. I brought my truck to a complete stop 5 yards short. My engine idled. The AC fan clicked through its cycle. The interior suddenly felt cramped. The windows too large, the locks inadequate. We remained frozen in that tableau for what felt like minutes but probably measured only seconds. My hand drifted toward my sidearm, not gripping it but acknowledging its presence. My other hand stayed on the wheel, knuckles white. Then it spoke my name. Not a sound resembling my name. Not a vocalization I could rationalize as coincidence. It said my first name with perfect clarity, with the exact inflection my mother uses when she wants my attention but hasn't escalated to anger yet. The same spacing between syllables. The same slight drop on the final vowel. The same tone that had called me to dinner 10,000 times across 34 years. Hearing that voice emerge from something standing in the middle of U.S. Route 163 in full daylight, under a sun so bright it hurt to look at, created a cognitive dissonance my mind struggled to process. Every rational explanation I tried to construct crumbled against the evidence of my own ears. I'm not prone to panic. My job requires steady nerves and clear thinking under pressure. But in that moment, with that voice hanging in the superheated air between us, I made the only decision that felt survivable. I went. No hesitation, no second guessing. I slammed the transmission into drive, floored the accelerator, and aimed to split the lane, giving myself maximum clearance on both sides. The truck surged forward. The thing stood motionless until the last possible instant, then moved with a jerky uncertainty, like it couldn't decide which direction to commit to. The bumper struck it with a sound I'll never forget, a rubbery thud without the sharp crack of breaking bone, without the wet impact of flesh giving way. Wrong. Everything about the collision felt wrong. My grill caught something in the impact. Through the windshield, I glimpsed pale hair, wispy and fine like undercoat, spreading across the hood's leading edge. I didn't allow myself to look at it. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, foot pressing the accelerator down, speedometer climbing, 30, 40, 50, 60. The rearview mirror betrayed me. I couldn't help but glance. In 2 heartbeats, it was upright again. Standing in the road where I'd left it, except now it was moving, running. The initial stride looked disjointed, limbs seeking coordination, joints finding angles that shouldn't work but did. Then, with horrifying speed, the movement smoothed out. Whatever governed its locomotion was learning, adjusting, optimizing. Each stride became more efficient than the last, closing the gap my truck had opened. I forced my eyes back to the road. The Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park entrance appeared on my right, the small attendant booth with its friendly ranger raising a hand in greeting as I passed. My hazard lights blinked twice, reflexive muscle memory from years of signaling fellow officers. I didn't stop, didn't slow, didn't key my radio to report what even I didn't fully believe was happening. The wheel stayed steady under my hands. Hot desert air punched through the window crack with each gust. Wind noise filled the cab, a rushing static that should have drowned out everything else. But underneath it, when the road dipped or curved just right, I caught another sound, a rhythmic slap of footfall, hard and fast, timing itself to my speed with mechanical precision. When I eased off for a curve, the sound drew closer. When I accelerated on straightaways, it fell back but never disappeared entirely. This wasn't imagination. This wasn't auditory pareidolia finding patterns in random noise. This was something pacing my vehicle at highway speeds, adjusting its rhythm to match mine. maintaining a pursuit that defied every law of biology I understood. I made quick decisions without conscious thought. Doors locked, already were, force of habit. Windows up, cranked them closed despite the AC struggling to compensate. Eyes forward except on the longest straightaways where a glance in the mirror wouldn't compromise my safety. The shoulder offered no refuge, just a soft apron of sand and scattered scrub that would bog my truck instantly. I stayed centered in my lane, maintaining speed, trusting the machine under me more than anything else in that moment. The highway between the tribal park and Mexican Hat follows the landscape's natural contours, offering few opportunities for sustained straight-line driving. Each gentle curve cut my rear-view visibility, creating gaps where I lost sight of whatever followed me. But on one particular dogleg, I feathered my brakes, deliberately slowing just enough to force a reveal. The thing appeared in my rear glass, too tall for a coyote by at least a foot, too narrow through the torso for any human I'd ever seen. The elbows jutted outward at those impossible angles, and the hands, if you could call them hands, seemed to have too many joints, articulating in ways that made my own fingers ache in sympathy. But what seized my attention, what welded itself into my memory with crystalline clarity, was the movement itself. It ran with the focused power of an athlete finding their rhythm, each stride more economical than the last. The initial awkwardness had vanished, replaced by a terrible efficiency. This wasn't a creature chasing prey on instinct. This was something learning, adapting, improving its technique in real time. The curve swept my view away before I could process more, and I accelerated hard into the straight. My training emphasized threat assessment and response prioritization. In any pursuit situation, you evaluate capability, intent, and opportunity. Capability. This thing had demonstrated it could keep pace with a vehicle traveling at highway speeds. Intent. It had called my name, struck my truck, and now followed with singular focus. Opportunity. The open highway provided it with every advantage, visibility, space, and no obstacles between us. Standard pursuit protocols became irrelevant. I couldn't call for backup without sounding insane. I couldn't engage without understanding what I faced. I couldn't stop without making myself vulnerable in ways I didn't want to contemplate. The only rational option was to keep moving, maintain distance, and reach a populated area where witnesses and support would be available. The San Juan River Valley announced itself through a change in elevation, the highway descending like a gentle ramp toward lower ground. Mexican Hat waited at the bottom, a small cluster of buildings and businesses that suddenly represented safety in a way I'd never appreciated before. Traffic built around me. 2 RVs lumbering along, a pickup truck with out-of-state plates, a small tour bus heading back toward the park. The presence of other vehicles seemed to affect whatever pursued me. The footfall sounds faded, lost beneath the normal symphony of traffic noise, or perhaps it had fallen back where terrain offered better concealment. The roadside widened. Commercial signs began appearing with greater frequency. The iconic Mexican Hat Rock turnoff passed on my right, tourists visible at the overlook, taking photographs and stretching their legs. Normal human activity, mundane vacation moments. The contrast with what I'd just experienced created a surreal disconnect that left me feeling unmoored from reality. I pushed past the town itself, watching for a safe place to stop. A wide shoulder with clean sight lines eventually presented itself. I pulled over, set my brake, and sat motionless for 30 seconds, hands still gripping the wheel, breath coming faster than I wanted to admit. My radio had been silent through everything. Now I picked it up and called Sergeant Whitehorse. My voice came out steady. Years of training ensured that much. Emotion and panic were luxuries field agents couldn't afford, especially when making official reports. I outlined the incident in clear, factual language. Coyote positioned in traffic lane, unusual posture and movement, verbal articulation of my name, vehicular impact, sustained pursuit at highway speeds, bumper contact with biological material. The silence on the other end lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then Whitehorse responded with the measured tone of someone filing information against a mental database of previous incidents. Copy that. The checkpoint's active near Oljato now. southbound side, cones are visible from half a mile out. Come back through, we'll keep things orderly. Turning around felt counterintuitive, like presenting my throat to a predator. But I trusted interagency protocols more than my fear. I found the next safe turnout, reversed direction, and began the drive back north toward Oljato. My speed stayed moderate, just under the limit, conspicuous enough that other drivers would remember seeing me if something went wrong. The checkpoint materialized exactly where Whitehorse had indicated. 2 marked NNP units and a tribal cruiser formed a barrier with traffic cones funneling vehicles into a controlled pattern. A DPS trooper stood beneath a makeshift canopy, and 2 elders sat in lawn chairs positioned in the shade. The scene projected normalcy, the kind of routine traffic stop designed to catch impaired drivers and check paperwork. Boring by design, safe by structure. I pulled in nose first behind a cruiser and engaged my parking brake. The scuff on my bumper caught afternoon light, and embedded in the damaged paint was that pale, wispy residue hair that wasn't quite hair. Texture that resisted easy classification. The DPS trooper approached, saw where my attention focused, and nodded once. "We'll photograph it, document everything." His face carried that particular expression. Law enforcement develops over time. Nothing surprises me, but I remain vigilant anyway. Whitehorse emerged from his unit and walked over, movements deliberate and unhurried. "Open road or cover?" he asked. "Open road," I confirmed, "unless it was forced to veer." He nodded as though I'd passed a test. Summer gives us calls out here. More when the heat's heavy like this. We don't chase these things. We set up positions that deny them what they want. Lone vehicles, partial stops in the wide spaces. We're not going hunting. The checkpoint formed a defensive perimeter using principles I recognized from tactical training. The cones created a chicane that forced slow, steady movement without allowing complete stops. 2 units idled facing north with their spotlights aimed low, not for illumination but to eliminate shadows where something could approach unseen. A 3rd patrol car positioned itself at a scenic overlook to the south, watching the approach road with clear sightlines. The elders were politely asked to relocate behind the line of vehicles. Nobody explained why. They moved without protest, settling into different chairs with thermoses of coffee and patient expressions that suggested this wasn't their first unusual checkpoint. Whitehorse distributed simple instructions to everyone present. No pursuit if something appears, no heroics, hard barriers between any threat and civilians, clean exit routes maintained at all times. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. Traffic flowed through the checkpoint with practiced ease. A few tourists slowed to stare, probably assuming they'd stumbled onto a sobriety crackdown or document inspection. Officers waved them through with professional courtesy, and each vehicle disappeared down the highway without incident. The heat created distortion on the northern straightaway, making distance difficult to judge. I found myself studying those heat waves, trying to separate normal refraction from actual movement. My mouth had gone dry. The water I'd drunk in Mexican Hat felt like a distant memory. I didn't trust myself to open a bottle without my hands shaking, so I stayed still, watching, waiting. The shimmer deepened around a shape that resolved too slowly to be a vehicle. It held position first, motionless for a span of time that felt calculated, then stepped forward twice. The torso rotated in a demonstration of flexibility no human spine could achieve, joints articulating through ranges of motion that looked anatomically impossible. It didn't approach the cone line, maintained distance that felt deliberate, measured. From our position, probably 80 yards out, the proportions registered as fundamentally wrong. Height in an uncanny valley between human and animal, shoulders too narrow, head shape that didn't conform to any natural profile. I tightened my jaw until my molars ached, forcing myself to breathe through my nose, maintaining control through deliberate physical discipline. My hands stayed visible at my sides, away from my weapon, demonstrating no aggressive intent. Around me, the other officers mirrored the same posture. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved unnecessarily. A tour bus entered the checkpoint from the south, the driver following hand signals with professional precision. The bus rolled through the cone corridor at the prescribed crawl, and as its rear end cleared the northern cones, the shape moved, not toward us, not in pursuit of the bus. It shifted left, tracked parallel to the fence line toward low brush, dropped to all fours with fluid grace, and vanished into the landscape without disturbing the air. We held formation for 30 minutes after it disappeared. Traffic continued its steady flow. Tourists passed through, oblivious to what had just occurred. The checkpoint remained active. Cones stayed in place. Officers maintained their positions. When you're trained in risk assessment, you don't dismantle a system that's working just to satisfy curiosity or prove courage. Boring was good. Boring meant everyone went home intact. Back at the NNP substation in Kayenta that evening, I sat in a borrowed office chair and wrote the incident report with meticulous attention to detail. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The air conditioning cycled through its programmed intervals. Shift change flowed around me, officers coming and going, voices rising and falling in the comfortable rhythm of routine work. I structured the report exactly as academy training had taught me. Date, time, route designation, approximate mile marker, factual description of events without speculation or interpretation, contact with unknown bipedal entity standing in traffic lane, impact with vehicle bumper at low speed, pursuit on foot at sustained highway speed, arrival at checkpoint, visual confirmation of entity presence at distance, no injuries sustained, no property damage beyond cosmetic scuffing to vehicle bumper, no weapons discharged, no pursuit initiated per tactical protocols. I attached the digital photographs of my bumper damage, high-resolution images that captured the scuff marks and the pale residue embedded in the paint. Whitehorse filed the report next to a slim folder containing similar entries, summer incidents from the same corridor stretching back several years. He added a line to the roll call notes. U.S. Route 163 between Kayenta and Oljato. Avoid solitary stops in open straightaways during peak heat hours. Route traffic through controlled checkpoints when possible. The DPS logged the photographs into their database and coded the incident to our training event, ensuring it wouldn't get lost in bureaucratic limbo or dismissed as rumor. Official documentation provided protection, not from what we'd encountered, but from accusations of paranoia or fabrication later. Paper trails matter in law enforcement. They establish patterns, validate concerns, justify procedural changes. A mechanic from the local tow shop arrived with cleaning supplies and buffing compound. I watched him work the bumper, watched the pale residue come away reluctantly on his rag, fibers that seemed to resist separation from the paint. When he finished, the bumper looked like any other vehicle that had endured years of desert driving, scratched, worn, unremarkable. I paid him cash, thanked him for the after-hours service, and walked back inside where coffee waited and fluorescent normalcy provided illusion of safety. The next morning, I drove a different route, not out of fear, though fear would have been rational, but out of operational procedure. AZ-98 toward Page for a coordination handoff, then back via U.S. Route 160, skirting the area entirely. No announcement, no dramatic explanation. Personnel adjustments happen constantly in law enforcement. You modify patrol patterns based on developing information and resource availability. My route change received no comment because it didn't warrant comment. A week later, Whitehorse sent a text. No incidents since cone started earlier in the day. The checkpoint schedule had been adjusted, beginning operations at 2 p.m. instead of evening hours. The change appeared organic, part of normal seasonal adjustments to traffic patterns. They maintained the checkpoint through August weekends, then rotated south when community event schedules shifted. People attended their gatherings and drove home without encountering anything except pavement and conversation. I continued my training attachment for another 3 weeks before rotating back to my normal sector. During that time, I drove Route 163 exactly once, during morning hours with heavy tourist traffic, as part of a 2-vehicle convoy with an NNP officer. Nothing unusual occurred. The road remained a road. The landscape remained spectacular. Tourists took their photographs, purchased their souvenirs, and departed with vacation memories untainted by anything they couldn't explain. When people ask what I think happened, and they do ask, Because official reports generate informal questions, I answer with observable facts. In full daylight on U.S. Route 163, I encountered an entity that exhibited bipedal posture with anatomical features inconsistent with known wildlife. It vocalized my name with accuracy that suggested prior knowledge. It pursued my vehicle at speeds exceeding normal biological capabilities. We responded by implementing traffic control measures that denied it access to isolated targets, and subsequent incidents decreased to zero. The professional term varies depending on who you ask. Tribal officers use the word their culture provides. Federal agents prefer unidentified biological entity or unknown wildlife encounter. Tourists occasionally report strange animals or unusual sightings that get filed and forgotten. The terminology matters less than the response protocol. Don't stop alone in open terrain during peak heat. Maintain traffic flow through controlled checkpoints. Document everything. Adjust procedures based on pattern recognition. I drove that straight stretch one final time in September before my rotation ended. The sky held that crystalline clarity autumn brings, and temperatures had backed off to comfortable ranges. The pullouts bustled with visitors again, families navigating between vehicles, photographers capturing the iconic views. The cone stack sat ready near El Chato, pre-staged for rapid deployment if needed. A Navajo officer waved pedestrians across the highway, and traffic flowed without any single vehicle stuck alone in the wide open spaces. The highway looked like a highway. That's the ending that validates our response. We identified a pattern, implemented countermeasures, and continued operations with modifications that prioritize safety without abandoning our responsibilities. Nobody got hurt, the road remained functional, and in law enforcement those outcomes represent success regardless of how unusual the precipitating incident might have been. I keep the photographs on my phone, time-stamped and geotagged, evidence that documents without explaining. Sometimes late at night when sleep proves elusive and my mind reviews the day's events, I pull them up and study the pale residue in my bumper scuff. I remember the sound of my name spoken in my mother's voice by something that wasn't my mother. I remember the calculated intelligence in those tracking eyes, the adaptive pursuit that improved with each stride. And I remember the fundamental lesson that experience taught me. Some phenomena exist outside our current frameworks of understanding, and the appropriate response isn't denial or reckless investigation, but pragmatic adaptation. We encounter what we encounter. We document it accurately. We modify our procedures to protect people. And we continue doing the work. Because roads need patrolling regardless of what occasionally stands in the middle of them. The next time I visit Monument Valley, and I will visit because it's within my jurisdiction and my duties don't accommodate permanent avoidance, I'll drive during populated hours, maintain communication with local officers, and respect the protocols we established. Not because I'm afraid, though healthy fear serves legitimate purposes, but because procedure exists for reasons that don't always fit on training slides or policy documents. Out here, where desert meets sky and vistas that humble human perspective, we've learned to share the landscape with things that predate our presence and will persist after we're gone. The accommodation isn't comfortable, it isn't neat, but it works, and in my line of work, that's the standard that matters most. The first thing I remember about that morning was the silence. 12 years working in Yellowstone National Park teaches you that nature is never truly quiet. There's always something. Birds calling, insects buzzing, the wind through the pines. But that morning, as dawn broke over the eastern ridge, the forest held its breath. My name is Michael Tanner. After 20 years in the Marines, I traded one uniform for another, becoming a park ranger in one of America's most famous wilderness areas. People think rangers just give directions and scold tourists for feeding wildlife. The reality is much more complex. We're search and rescue, law enforcement, environmental scientists, and sometimes the only thing standing between people and nature's indifference. Mike, you copy. The radio at my hip crackled, breaking the unnatural silence. Go ahead, dispatch, I responded, my eyes still scanning the tree line. Got some campers at Slug Creek reporting strange noises last night. Probably just wolves, but Site 7 wants someone to check it out when you get a chance. Roger that. I'm about 20 minutes out. I'll swing by. I'd heard plenty of strange noise reports over the years. Usually, it was just wildlife, elk bugling, wolves howling, even bears rummaging through campsites. People from cities aren't used to how loud nature can be, especially at night. But something about this morning felt different. The hairs on my neck stood up, a sensation I hadn't felt since my last deployment. Veterans call it the sixth sense, that primal instinct that warns of danger before your conscious mind can process it. The Slough Creek campground was one of the more remote overnight areas, popular with serious hikers and wildlife photographers. As I pulled up in my Park Service truck, I spotted a small group gathered near one of the sites. Two couples in their 30s, looking sleep-deprived and anxious. "Morning, folks," I called, adjusting my hat as I approached. "Heard you had a rough night?" A tall man with a well-trimmed beard stepped forward. "Ranger, I've been camping my whole life. What we heard last night?" He shook his head. "It wasn't natural." His wife nodded. "It started around 2 a.m., not like a wolf or coyote, more like screaming, but not human either. We thought maybe it was a mountain lion," the other woman offered. I'd heard mountain lions before. Their screams can sound unnervingly human, like a woman in distress. But judging by their expressions, these people had heard something else entirely. "Show me where it was coming from," I said. They pointed toward a dense section of forest about a quarter-mile from their campsite. "It moved around," the bearded man added. "Started there, then circled the camp. We shined our flashlights but never saw anything." I took notes and assured them I'd investigate. After they returned to packing up their gear, all of them eager to leave, I headed toward the area they'd indicated. The forest floor was damp from overnight dew, perfect for tracking. I'd spent years learning to read the wilderness like a book, and today the pages were telling an unusual story. About 50 yards in, I found the first footprint. It stopped me cold. The print was large, much larger than a human foot, and deeper than it should be, suggesting considerable weight, but it wasn't a bear track. The shape was all wrong. 5 toes, but elongated, almost human-like, but definitely not human. I took photographs and made measurements, feeling that prickle on my neck intensify. The track pattern continued for about 20 yards, then simply vanished, as if whatever made them had either stepped onto rocky ground or disappeared. As I crouched examining the last visible print, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I turned quickly, hand instinctively moving to my sidearm. Nothing was there, but the silence had returned, that complete, unnatural absence of sound that had greeted me at dawn. Even the birds had stopped their morning calls. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. Whatever was out there, announcing my position seemed unwise. For 3 long minutes, I stood perfectly still, scanning the forest. Then, from much further away than I expected, came a sound that still haunts my dreams. A low guttural vocalization, part growl, part speech, that raised every hair on my body. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't anything I'd heard in 12 years of wilderness work. My radio crackled again, making me flinch. "Mike, you still at Slug Creek?" It was Sarah, my supervisor. "Affirmative," I managed, my mouth suddenly dry. "When you're done there, we've got something strange at the Northridge monitoring station. Equipment's been damaged, looks deliberate." I glanced once more at the footprint, then back to the thick forest where the sound had originated. "I'll head there now," I replied, already backing toward my vehicle, never turning my back to the trees. "And Sarah, tell Bill to bring the wildlife cameras. We might have something unusual in this sector." As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had made those prints, whatever had made that sound, had been watching me the entire time, studying me with the same intensity I'd been studying its tracks. This was only the beginning. I didn't know it then, But that morning would mark the start of the strangest and most terrifying period of my life, far beyond anything I'd encountered in combat or in my previous years as a ranger. Something was moving through Yellowstone, something the scientific textbooks couldn't explain, something the local indigenous tribes had warned about for generations. And somehow, I'd been chosen to find it. The monitoring station at North Ridge looked like it had been hit by a small tornado. Solar panels were ripped from their mounts, weather instruments scattered across 20 yards of ground, and the small equipment shed had been forcefully opened. Its metal door bent outward as if something had broken out rather than in. "What do you make of it?" Sarah asked, her clipboard already filled with notes. At 52, she had the weathered face of someone who'd spent a lifetime outdoors and the sharp eyes of a scientist who missed nothing. "Not bears," I said immediately. "Too deliberate. Bears would have torn into the food storage, but that's untouched." Bill, our wildlife biologist, was examining the door. "Whatever did this was strong," he muttered. "Very strong." I shared my findings from Sluck Creek. The footprints, the strange vocalization, the unnatural silence. Bill listened with the skeptical expression I expected from him. In the 5 years we'd worked together, he'd become both a close friend and my most rational counterbalance. "Probably a large male grizzly," he suggested. "The footprints could be distorted from the damp ground, and bears can make all sorts of vocalizations people aren't familiar with." "And the equipment?" I asked, gesturing to the destruction around us. He shrugged. "Bears are curious and powerful. They've been known to investigate human structures." It was a reasonable explanation. Part of me wanted to accept it, to file a report about unusual bear activity and move on. The problem was, it didn't feel right. After years in the wild, I'd developed intuition about these things, and everything about this situation felt off. "I want to set up camera traps," I said finally, "around both locations." Sarah nodded, but Bill looked reluctant. "Resources are stretched thin as it is, Mike. The superintendent isn't going to approve wildlife cameras for what's probably just a bear." "Then I'll use my own," I replied. "I've got 4 trail cams in my cabin. High definition, motion activated." Sarah and Bill exchanged glances. They knew my history, how after my wife died 5 years ago I'd thrown myself into work, spending off hours photographing wildlife. The cameras had been an expensive investment, my way of staying connected to the park even when off duty. "All right," Sarah conceded, "but keep this quiet for now. The last thing we need is rumors spreading to visitors about some mystery creature." That evening, I set up 2 cameras near Sluck Creek and 2 near the monitoring station. As darkness fell, I found myself lingering, scanning the forest edge with my flashlight. The feeling of being watched had returned, stronger than before. On my drive back to the ranger housing area, my radio picked up chatter about hikers reporting strange structures in the woods near Lewis Lake, arrangements of branches and stones in patterns too deliberate to be natural. It was outside my sector, but I made a mental note to look into it later. Back at my cabin, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the morning's events, analyzing details, questioning my own perceptions. Around 2 a.m., I pulled out the old journals from my bedside drawer. They belonged to Frank Blackhorn, a Shoshone ranger who'd worked Yellowstone for 30 years before retiring. He'd given them to me my first year, saying simply, "There's more in these woods than science has names for." I dismissed it as the romantic talk of an old man who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. But now I thumbed through the yellowed pages with new interest, stopping at entries about strange encounters, unexplained tracks, and eerie silences in the forest. One passage caught my eye. May 17, 1987 found more footprints by the thermal pools. Large, over 16 inches. The Shoshone elders call it Soapitse, the tall man who walks between worlds. Scientists would laugh, but science doesn't walk these woods at night. The thing watches. It learns. It's becoming curious about us. The next morning, I woke to pounding on my door. It was Bill, looking like he hadn't slept. "You need to see this," he said, holding up a tablet. The footage was from one of my trail cameras, Timestamped 3:14 a.m. It showed the forest near Sluck Creek, illuminated by infrared. For the first 10 seconds, nothing. Then a movement, subtle at first, a shifting of branches too controlled to be wind. Something large moved at the edge of the frame. There, Bill pointed, his finger tracing a shape I could barely make out. Tall, bipedal, but strangely proportioned. Could be a bear standing up, I suggested, playing devil's advocate even as my pulse quickened. Keep watching. The figure moved again, deliberately angling away from the camera as if aware of its presence. But for one brief moment it turned, and the camera captured a partial profile. A silhouette that was decidedly not a bear. Too tall, too thin in places, too broad in others. I've sent this to a colleague at Montana State, Bill said quietly. Someone I trust. He specializes in wildlife identification using partial imaging. I nodded, surprised by Bill's sudden shift from skeptic to investigator. What changed your mind? He hesitated. This wasn't all I found. The camera at the monitoring station caught something too, but not an image. He tapped the screen, switching to an audio file. The cameras record sound when triggered. Listen. What played next was similar to what I'd heard in the forest. That same guttural, almost speech-like vocalization, but longer, more complex, like something trying to form words with an anatomy not designed for human language. That's not a bear, Bill said unnecessarily. It's not any North American wildlife I've ever heard. So what do we do now? We keep this between us and Sarah for the moment. And, he hesitated, there's someone else I think we should talk to. A professor from the university is visiting next week. Ethnobiologist named Melissa Runningbird. She's been collecting indigenous accounts of unexplained phenomena in American wilderness areas. You think she'll know what this is? I think she'll have context we don't, Bill replied. Scientific training combined with traditional knowledge. After Bill left, I sat looking at the frozen image on my tablet, that dark silhouette at the edge of the frame. Whatever it was, it moved with purpose, with intelligence, and somehow, I knew our paths would cross again. I just didn't expect it would happen so soon, or that when it did, one of us wouldn't survive the encounter. Professor Melissa Runningbird wasn't what I expected. In her early 40s, with short, practical hair and hiking boots worn from actual use, she looked more like a fellow ranger than an academic. We met at the Parks Research Center, a modern building that stood in stark contrast to the wilderness surrounding it. You must be Ranger Tanner, she said, extending her hand. Her grip was firm, confident. Bill's told me you've had some unusual experiences recently. I glanced at Bill, who nodded encouragingly. Over the past week, we'd collected more evidence, additional footprints, strange markings on trees at heights no human could reach, and another audio recording, this one clearer than the first. I'd also been combing through Frank Blackhorn's journals, finding patterns that matched our current situation. Let me show you what we found, I said, spreading materials across the conference table. For nearly an hour, Melissa listened intently, examining photos, listening to recordings, and taking meticulous notes. She asked precise, knowledgeable questions that revealed her scientific background. But unlike many academics I'd met, she never once suggested we were overreacting or misinterpreting natural phenomena. What you're describing, she said finally, has remarkable similarities to accounts I've collected from multiple tribal traditions across the northern Rockies. The Blackfoot call it Sawchgets. The Shoshone, as your former colleague noted, know it as Tusapitse. The most common English term would be Sasquatch or Bigfoot. But those labels carry too much cultural baggage to be useful in serious research. So you believe it's real? Sarah asked. She'd joined us halfway through, initially skeptical but increasingly engaged as the evidence mounted. I believe people across cultures and throughout history have encountered something they couldn't explain within their existing knowledge frameworks, Melissa replied carefully. The consistency of these accounts across time and geography suggests an underlying reality, whether biological, psychological, or perceptual. That's a very academic way of not answering the question, I observed. Melissa smiled slightly. Fair enough. Yes, I believe something biological exists that accounts for at least some of these encounters. Not a monster, not a myth, but a rare intelligent species that has evolved to avoid human contact and has become exceptionally good at it. She reached into her bag and pulled out a worn leather journal. This was compiled by my grandfather, who worked with the Civilian Conservation Corps in this region during the 1930s. He recorded numerous accounts from workers who experienced phenomena similar to what you're describing. She opened to a marked page and read aloud. The men refused to return to the North Ridge construction site. 3 separate work crews report being watched from the tree line by something tall and dark. Tools disappear overnight and are found arranged in patterns the next day. The indigenous workers say this is sacred land, a boundary place where the spirit world touches ours. The project supervisor is requesting a location change. North Ridge, Sarah murmured. Same area as our damaged monitoring station. Melissa nodded. There are certain locations that appear repeatedly in these accounts, places where the boundary between worlds is thinner, as some traditions would describe it. What exactly are we dealing with here? I asked. You're suggesting this is an undiscovered primate species? I'm suggesting it might be something that doesn't fit neatly into our taxonomic system, she replied. Indigenous knowledge systems don't separate the material from the spiritual the way Western science does. The entity you're encountering might exist in that boundary space, physically real but with attributes our scientific framework struggles to categorize. The conversation was interrupted by my radio. Mike, you there? It was Jennings, one of the younger rangers. Go ahead, I responded. Got a situation at Trout Lake. Hiking group reported finding some kind of structure. Said it gave them the creeps. They're pretty shaken up. I looked at the others. I should check this out. I'd like to come, Melissa said immediately. Bill nodded. Me too. 20 minutes later, we arrived at Trout Lake. The hiking group, 4 college students on spring break, led us to what they'd found about a quarter mile off the main trail. As we approached, I felt that familiar sensation, the unnatural silence, the prickling awareness of being observed. The structure stood about 8 feet tall, an intricate arrangement of branches, stones, and what appeared to be animal bones, forming a rough arch shape. It was too deliberate to be random, too complex to be created by natural forces. This wasn't here 3 days ago, I said, certain because I'd patrolled this area recently. Melissa circled the structure, careful not to touch it. These arrangements appear in accounts across cultures, she explained. Some traditions describe them as territorial markers, others as ceremonial constructs or communication attempts. Communication? Sarah asked. You think it's trying to send a message? Perhaps, or it could be responding to our presence. The increased human activity in this area might be perceived as an encroachment. As Melissa spoke, Bill was examining the ground nearby. Mike, he called softly. Tracks, fresh ones. The footprints were clearer than any we'd found before. Large, humanoid, but with anatomical differences that no human foot could produce. They led directly to the structure, then continued deeper into the forest. We should follow them, I said, already checking my gear. That might not be wise, Melissa cautioned. In many traditions, these entities are described as territorial, but not inherently hostile unless provoked. Following too aggressively could be perceived as a threat. I considered her words but made my decision. I need to know what we're dealing with. For the safety of the park visitors, if nothing else. Bill agreed to come with me, while Sarah would take Melissa back to the research center to document our findings so far. Before leaving, Melissa placed her hand on my arm. Approach with respect, she said quietly. If this is what I think it is, it's been here long before us and will remain long after. We're the visitors in its territory, not the other way around. Bill and I tracked the footprints for nearly a mile, deeper into the wilderness than most tourists ever ventured. The forest grew denser, older, the massive pines creating cathedral-like spaces between them. The tracks remained clear until we reached a small stream where they vanished. Lost the trail, Bill muttered, scanning the opposite bank. I was about to suggest we cross the stream to continue searching when we heard it. That same vocalization from the audio recordings, but much closer, much louder. It came from somewhere to our right, hidden among the trees. "Hello?" I called out, ignoring Bill's warning look. "We mean no harm, we just want to understand." Silence followed, heavy and expectant. Then, a response. A series of sounds that mimicked the cadence of human speech but were decidedly not human words. The voice was deep, resonant, vibrating in my chest more than my ears. Slowly, deliberately, I removed my hat and held it over my heart, a gesture of respect Melissa had described from one of the tribal accounts. "We acknowledge you," I said clearly. "This is your home." What happened next occurred so quickly that even now, I struggled to sequence the events properly. There was movement among the trees, massive fluid, faster than something that size should be able to move. A glimpse of dark fur, impossibly broad shoulders, a face that was almost human but not quite. Bill raised his camera instinctively, the flash activating in the dim forest light. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. A roar that made the previous vocalization seem gentle by comparison tore through the forest. Trees shook as something large moved rapidly toward us, no longer hiding its presence. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Bill's arm. We sprinted back the way we'd come, the sound of pursuit horrifyingly close behind us. I could hear branches breaking, feel the ground trembling with each impact of its stride. Bill was ahead of me, fear giving him speed I'd never seen from the normally sedentary biologist. We reached the stream, and Bill leaped across without hesitation. I followed, but as I landed on the opposite bank, my foot slipped on the wet stone. Pain shot through my ankle as I fell. "Mike!" Bill turned back. "Go!" I shouted, knowing he couldn't help me and would only put himself in danger. "Get help!" Bill hesitated for just a moment, then continued running, disappearing into the trees. I pulled myself up, testing my weight on the injured ankle. It would support me, but running was impossible. I drew my sidearm, a last resort I hoped not to use. Harming the creature felt wrong on a level I couldn't articulate, but self-preservation won out over philosophical concerns. The forest had gone silent again. I turned slowly, scanning the trees, the weight of my service pistol both reassuring and somehow inadequate against what I'd glimpsed. "I meant no disrespect," I called out, voice steady despite my racing heart. "The light was not meant to harm you." Movement to my left, a shadow passing between trees. I pivoted, weapon raised. Then it stepped into view, fully revealed for the first time. 8 feet tall at least, covered in dark brown fur that hung long in places. Its body was powerfully built, with proportions similar to a human but massively scaled up. The face was what struck me most. Expressive eyes set deep under a heavy brow, a flat nose, lips pulled back to reveal teeth that could tear flesh with ease. But those eyes, they held intelligence, awareness, emotion. It watched me, making no move to attack despite its obvious rage moments before. I realized my pistol was still raised and slowly lowered it, a peace offering of sorts. The creature made a sound, softer now, questioning. It took a step forward, and I fought every instinct screaming at me to run. That's when we heard the voices, Bill returning with others, the sound of multiple people moving through the forest. The creature's head snapped toward the noise, then back to me. For one moment our eyes met directly, a connection across species that felt significant in ways I couldn't yet understand. Then it turned and moved away, disappearing into the forest with a speed and silence that seemed impossible for its size. By the time Bill returned with Sarah and 2 other rangers, I was alone by the stream, my encounter already feeling dreamlike in its intensity and brevity. "It was here," I said simply. "I saw it." The look Bill gave me was complex, concern for my injury, regret for leaving me behind, but most of all, belief. He didn't need to ask what I'd seen, he knew. As they helped me back to the vehicles, I glanced back at the forest, certain of one thing: this was far from over. The boundary between our world and something else had been crossed, and I was standing directly on that threshold. Word travels fast in a place like Yellowstone, even when you try to keep things quiet. Within days, rumors were circulating among park staff about strange encounters in the northern section. Management called it unusual bear activity in official communications, but the whispered conversations in the ranger station told a different story. My ankle was sprained but not broken. As I recovered on light duty, I spent time with Melissa, poring over historical accounts and comparing them with our recent experiences. We converted one wall of the research center into what some of the younger staff jokingly called our conspiracy board. Maps marked with sighting locations, photos of tracks and structures, timelines of incidents stretching back through park records. "There's a pattern here," Melissa said one evening, stepping back to survey our work. "These encounters intensify in roughly 50-year cycles. The last major cluster was in the early 1970s. "What happens during these active periods?" I asked. "According to the tribal accounts, these are times when the boundaries thin, when these beings can more easily cross between their world and ours." I'd grown more accepting of Melissa's perspective, which blended scientific inquiry with indigenous knowledge in a way that felt increasingly relevant to our situation. Whatever we were dealing with existed in the margins between established categories, not quite animal, not quite something else. "If they're intelligent, as you suggest," I said, "why reveal themselves now? Why to us?" "Perhaps they're responding to changes in their environment," she replied. "Climate shifts, human expansion, increased tourism in previously remote areas. Or maybe," she hesitated. "What? Maybe they're preparing us for something." In many traditions, these beings are described as messengers or warners, harbingers of change or impending events. Before I could respond, Sarah burst into the room, her normally composed demeanor visibly shaken. "We have a problem," she announced. "A tourist has gone missing near Trout Lake, last seen yesterday afternoon on the same trail where we found the structure." My heart sank. This was the escalation I'd feared, from observation to interaction to something potentially more serious. "Search and rescue's already mobilizing," Sarah continued. "But given what we know," she glanced at our research wall. "I'm coming," I said immediately, testing my ankle. It was still tender but functional enough. "Are you sure that's wise?" Melissa asked. "After your last encounter—" "That's exactly why I need to go," I interrupted. It responded to me differently. There was a connection. By nightfall, I was back at Trout Lake with the search team. The missing tourist, a 28-year-old man named Jason Mercer, had separated from his friends to take photographs and never returned to their meeting point. His backpack had been found on the trail, contents undisturbed except for his camera, which was missing. We organized into search patterns, methodically covering the area with trained efficiency. I requested the sector nearest to where I'd encountered the creature the week before, bringing along one of the park's cadaver dogs and its handler, Rebecca. "Management thinks it's a bear attack," Rebecca said quietly as we hiked deeper into the forest. "Is that what you think?" I glanced at her, measuring my response. Rebecca was experienced, level-headed, and not given to gossip. "I think we should keep an open mind about what happened to Mercer." She nodded, seeming to accept this diplomatic non-answer. As darkness fell, we switched to thermal imaging equipment, continuing the search by the eerie green glow of night vision. Around midnight, the radio crackled. Another team had found something. Not Mercer, but a camera hanging from a tree branch about a mile from where his backpack was discovered. They were bringing it back to the command post. An hour later, our team was called in too. The search was suspended until dawn, standard procedure for safety reasons, though it felt wrong to abandon Mercer to the night. Back at the command post, park officials had downloaded the images from the recovered camera. I joined Sarah, Bill, and the search coordinator as they reviewed them. The first dozen shots were typical tourist photos: landscape vistas, wildlife, selfies on scenic overlooks. Then the images changed character. They became hastier, less composed, as if taken while moving quickly. Several showed blurry glimpses of the forest floor, tree trunks rushing by. He was running, Bill observed unnecessarily. The final images were the most disturbing. Partial frames of something large moving between trees, a dark, massive shape at the edge of one frame, and the last photo, a close-up of what appeared to be a face but distorted by motion blur and poor light. Could be a bear, the search coordinator suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. I said nothing, but exchanged glances with Bill and Sarah. We knew better. The search resumed at first light, with additional personnel brought in from neighboring districts. I rejoined Rebecca and her dog, continuing where we'd left off. My ankle throbbed with each step, but I pushed through the discomfort, driven by a growing sense of urgency. Around mid-morning, Rebecca's dog alerted, pulling hard on its leash toward a dense thicket of undergrowth. My heart sank, expecting the worst. Mercer's body, perhaps mauled or partially consumed. What we found instead was far stranger. A small clearing had been formed in the thicket, the vegetation carefully bent back rather than broken. In the center lay Mercer's camera, intact and deliberately placed on a bed of moss. Beside it was a neat arrangement of objects: Mercer's wallet, keys, watch, and cell phone, all his personal items, undamaged and arranged in what appeared to be a geometric pattern. "What the hell?" Rebecca whispered. I activated my radio. "Command post. This is Tanner. I found Mercer's belongings, but no sign of Mercer himself." I described the scene, trying to stick to observable facts without interpretation. As Rebecca documented the site with photographs, I studied the arrangement more closely. The objects formed a pattern that seemed vaguely familiar, similar to the structures we'd found, but in miniature. "It's returning his things," I said. Realization dawning, like an offering. "What is?" Rebecca asked, eyeing me cautiously. Before I could decide how much to tell her, the dog alert changed character. Not the urgent indication of finding its target, but a low growl of warning. The animal backed up, hackles raised, staring intently into the forest beyond the clearing. I felt it too, that familiar prickling awareness. We were being watched. "Rebecca," I said quietly, "I need you to take the dog and walk calmly back to the main trail. Call for backup, but tell them not to approach with sirens or lights. Understood?" To her credit, she asked no questions, recognizing the authority in my voice. With a last concerned glance, she retreated with the still growling dog. Once alone, I turned to face the presence I could feel among the trees. "I know you're there," I called out. "I mean no harm. I just want to find the man who's missing." Silence stretched for several long moments. Then, from deeper in the forest came the response, that now familiar vocalization, but with new patterns, new inflections. It sounded almost conversational. Slowly, I stepped forward, moving away from the arranged belongings and closer to the presence I could sense but not yet see. "Did you take him?" I asked, keeping my voice level. "Is he alive?" Movement among the trees, deliberate this time, not the rushed aggression of our last encounter. The massive shape emerged partially from the shadows, visible enough that I could make out its features but remaining half concealed behind a large pine. It made another series of sounds, then gestured with an enormous hand, a motion that unmistakably meant follow me. Every rational part of my training screamed that this was dangerous, foolhardy, but something deeper, more intuitive, told me this was important, that the creature could have harmed me already if that was its intention. "I'll follow," I said clearly, "but my friends need to know where I am." I keyed my radio. "This is Tanner. I'm pursuing a new lead, heading northeast from the clearing. I'm safe, but don't follow immediately. I'll maintain radio contact." I ignored the immediate questions that crackled in response, clipping the radio to my belt. The creature watched this exchange with obvious interest, then turned and moved deeper into the forest. I followed, maintaining a respectful distance. We traveled for nearly an hour, moving steadily uphill into areas rarely visited even by experienced hikers. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, with rock formations creating natural passages and tiny valleys hidden between ridges. Eventually we reached what appeared to be a dead end, a rock face rising steeply before us. The creature stopped. turned to ensure I was still following, then moved toward a narrow opening in the rock that I would have overlooked entirely. It ducked inside, and after a moment's hesitation, I followed. The passage widened immediately into a cave system, surprisingly large and illuminated by patches of sunlight filtering through cracks in the ceiling. The air was cool but not damp, with an earthy, musty scent that wasn't unpleasant. And there, propped against the far wall on what appeared to be a bed of gathered vegetation, was Jason Mercer, alive, apparently unharmed, but in a state of what seemed like tranquil shock, conscious but unresponsive to my presence. The creature moved to stand near him, making a series of gestures that seemed to indicate care or concern. I approached cautiously, checking Mercer's pulse and pupils. Physically, he appeared fine, no injuries, normal vital signs, but his mental state was concerning. "Jason?" I tried. "Jason Mercer? I'm Ranger Tanner. I'm here to help you." His eyes focused on me briefly before drifting away again, his expression peaceful despite the circumstances. I turned to the creature, which was observing our interaction intently. "Did you bring him here? Why?" In response, the creature moved to another section of the cave and touched the wall. I approached cautiously and was astonished to see drawings. Primitive but recognizable depictions of humans, animals, and larger beings that resembled my host. Some appeared ancient, others more recent, created with charcoal, clay, and natural pigments. The creature pointed to one section showing small figures and larger ones interacting peacefully, then to another showing destruction, what looked like fires, floods, and figures in distress. The message seemed clear enough: cooperation versus catastrophe. "You're trying to communicate something important," I said slowly. "About us, about our relationship with your kind." The creature made a sound that seemed affirmative, then pointed to Mercer before touching its own head. "Something about minds, or thinking, or perception. Did you do something to him?" I asked, struggling to understand. "To his mind?" Another affirmative sound, followed by gestures that suggested gentleness or healing. My radio crackled, breaking the moment. "Tanner, come in. It's been 45 minutes since your last check-in." I keyed the radio. "I'm okay. I've found Mercer. He's alive but needs medical attention. We're in a cave system northeast of the original search area." I provided coordinates as best I could estimate. The creature watched this exchange with obvious intelligence, then made a decision. It approached Mercer, gently lifted him as effortlessly as I might lift a child, and carried him toward the cave entrance. The meaning was clear. It was returning him now that contact had been established. "Wait," I said, reaching into my pocket. I pulled out my notebook and quickly sketched a simple map of the park, marking the ranger station, the research center, and our current location. "If you want to communicate again, come here." I pointed to the research center. "We'll meet you, just you and me," I added, pointing. As I watched the massive creature carry Jason Mercer toward the cave entrance, I felt suspended between realities: the rational world of park regulations and scientific classification, and something older, something that existed in the spaces our modern minds had learned to ignore. "Wait," I called again, following them. "Will he be all right? What did you do to him?" The creature paused, turning its impressive frame to regard me. Its eyes, deep set under that prominent brow, held an intelligence that still startled me. With deliberate movements, it raised one hand to its temple, then gestured toward the sky, making a flowing motion outward. The meaning wasn't immediately clear, but I had the impression it was trying to convey something about consciousness or perception, as if Mercer's mind had been opened to something beyond normal human awareness. We emerged from the cave into the afternoon light. The creature set Mercer down gently against a tree, arranging him in a position that seemed almost ceremonial. Then it turned to me once more, making that same vocalization that had become familiar. Not quite speech, but definitely communication. "I don't understand everything," I admitted, "but I know you're trying to tell us something important. I'll come back. I promise." The creature studied me for a long moment, then did something unexpected. It raised its hand in what appeared to be a deliberate mimicry of a human wave goodbye. With that single, strangely moving gesture, it turned and vanished into the forest with that impossible speed and silence. I radioed the search team, guiding them to our location. Within 20 minutes, paramedics had reached us, immediately attending to Mercer, who remained in his strange, tranquil state. As they checked his vitals and prepared him for transport, Sarah arrived, eyes wide with questions she couldn't ask in front of the others. Later, I mouthed, and she nodded, understanding. At the park's medical facility, doctors diagnosed Mercer with what they termed dissociative amnesia, a temporary condition they attributed to trauma and exposure. He remained calm, even peaceful, showing no signs of distress despite his ordeal. The only thing that seemed to animate him was when I visited his room that evening. "You saw it too," he said, his first coherent sentence since being found. "It showed you." "Showed me what, Jason?" I asked carefully, conscious of the hospital staff nearby. His eyes, previously unfocused, locked onto mine with sudden clarity. "Everything is connected. They've always been here, watching from the edges. Guardians of the boundary." He leaned forward. "It didn't hurt me. It healed something, showed me how to see." Before I could ask more, he drifted back into his detached state, the momentary connection lost. The doctors recommended transferring him to a psychiatric facility in Bozeman for further evaluation. That night, we gathered at the research center, myself, Sarah, Bill, and Melissa. I recounted every detail of the encounter, describing the cave, the drawings, and Mercer's strange condition. "This changes everything," Melissa said quietly when I'd finished. "Direct, peaceful contact, communication attempts, evidence of artistic expression and symbolic thinking. This isn't just an undiscovered primate species. This is something that challenges our entire understanding of consciousness and evolution. And reality itself," I added, remembering the creature's gestures about Mercer's mind. "I think it somehow altered his perception, showed him something our conventional understanding can't accommodate." Bill, ever the scientist, looked troubled. "We need evidence, documentation. Without it, this is just another Bigfoot story nobody will take seriously." "The cave," Sarah suggested. "If we could document those drawings." "No," I interrupted firmly. "Not yet. That's its sanctuary, maybe even home. Invading with cameras and equipment would violate the trust that's being established." "Then what do we do?" Bill asked. "Wait." I considered the question carefully. "We wait. I showed it where to find us if it wants further contact, and I think it will. It's clearly trying to communicate something important." "About what?" Sarah pressed. "I'm not entirely sure," I admitted. "But based on the cave drawings, I think it's warning us about something, showing two possible futures for our relationship with their kind, and maybe with the natural world itself." For the next week, we maintained our regular duties while establishing a discreet observation protocol around the research center. Melissa extended her stay indefinitely. Her university department suddenly very interested in her field research once certain details, carefully filtered, were shared with her department head. Mercer was transferred to Bozeman, his condition unchanged. I visited before he left, but he remained in that peaceful, detached state, occasionally making cryptic comments about seeing beyond the veil and messengers at the edge of understanding. 10 days after the cave encounter, our vigilance was rewarded. It was just after midnight. I was alone at the research center, reviewing old park records that mentioned similar incidents dating back to the 1930s. A soft sound from outside caught my attention, not threatening but deliberate, like someone trying to quietly announce their presence. I moved to the window and felt my heart jump. Standing at the forest edge, partially illuminated by the outdoor security lights, was the creature. It wasn't hiding or lurking. It stood in plain view, waiting to be acknowledged. Grabbing my jacket, I stepped outside into the cool night air. "You came," I said simply. It made that now familiar vocalization, then gestured for me to follow. Instead of heading back toward the deep wilderness, however, it moved parallel to the facility, staying within the tree line but clearly wanting to show me something nearby. We walked for about 5 minutes until reaching a small clearing. There, arranged in the center, was another structure, similar to the ones we'd found before, but more complex, more deliberately crafted. It stood about 7 feet tall, an intricate lattice of branches, stones, and what appeared to be carved pieces of wood. The creature moved to stand beside it, then pointed upward at the night sky. I followed its gesture and gasped. Directly above us, the stars were unusually brilliant, with the Milky Way forming a perfect arc over the clearing. The structure, I realized, aligned precisely with certain stars and constellations. "It's a calendar," I murmured, understanding dawning, or a marker of some kind. The creature made an affirmative sound, then touched the structure at various points, each time looking up at different celestial positions. It was showing me correlations between the stars and the structure, between cosmic events and earthly ones. What followed was one of the most extraordinary hours of my life. Through a combination of gestures, vocalizations, and drawings scratched in the dirt, the creature conveyed a complex message I'm still working to fully understand. From what I could interpret, these beings, whatever name they have for themselves, exist in a kind of parallel relationship with our world. They move between realms or states of being that our minds aren't equipped to perceive. The structures they create serve as markers or anchors for these transitions. Most crucially, they were trying to warn us. Something was changing in the environment, in the cosmic alignment, in the relationship between our worlds. The drawing showed disaster scenarios that seemed both ecological and spiritual in nature. When our improvised communication session ended, the creature did something truly unexpected. It reached out one massive hand and gently touched my shoulder. The gesture was so human, so filled with what could only be described as compassion, that I felt tears spring to my eyes. "We'll try to understand," I promised. "We'll try to help." It nodded, a perfectly human gesture that underscored the strangeness of our interaction, and then melted back into the forest darkness. I returned to the research center and immediately documented everything while it was fresh in my mind. By morning, I had filled a dozen pages with notes, sketches, and attempts to decode the messages I'd received. When I shared my experience with Melissa, Sarah, and Bill, their reactions ranged from excitement to concerned skepticism, especially regarding my interpretation of the warning. "You're suggesting these beings are trying to alert us to some kind of impending ecological catastrophe?" Bill asked, frowning at my notes. "Or a dimensional shift, or a breakdown in whatever separates our reality from theirs," I replied, aware of how it sounded. "I know it seems fantastic, but—" "Actually," Melissa interrupted, "it aligns with prophecies and warnings from multiple indigenous traditions. Many speak of a time when the boundaries between worlds would thin, when spirit beings would become more visible and attempt to communicate with humanity before a great change. Over the following weeks, we documented 4 more encounters, twice with me alone and twice with Melissa present as well. Each interaction built upon the previous, creating a complex tapestry of communication that blended environmental concerns with concepts that seemed to transcend conventional scientific understanding. The creature, which we now called simply the messenger, avoiding the cultural baggage of terms like Sasquatch or Bigfoot, showed us locations in the park where the boundary between worlds was particularly thin. These places aligned with documented anomalies, unusual magnetic readings, unexplained equipment failures, and historical clusters of strange encounters. Jason Mercer eventually returned to the park, not as a tourist but as someone transformed by his experience. The doctors had been unable to classify his condition beyond general terms like altered state of consciousness, but he appeared functional if changed. He sought me out immediately upon his return. "You've continued the contact," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I admitted. "We're trying to understand the message." He smiled serenely. "The message isn't just information, it's a shift in perspective. They don't just exist in our world, they show us that our world is bigger than we thought. The boundaries we perceive are constructs of limited consciousness." His words echoed what the messenger had been trying to convey through its more limited means of communication. In my final documented encounter, 3 months after that first morning of unnatural silence at Slough Creek, the messenger brought others of its kind. 3 additional beings of varying sizes, though all shared the same basic features. They approached our small research team, now expanded to include 2 trusted colleagues with specialized knowledge, with what could only be described as ceremonial intent. What followed was an exchange of knowledge unlike anything in recorded scientific history. Through a combination of vocalization, gesture, and symbols drawn in the earth, they conveyed a complex cosmology, a vision of reality as layered dimensions that periodically align and separate in cycles tied to both celestial movements and human activity. The warning became clearer. Human actions, particularly our damage to the environment, were accelerating a natural cycle of realignment between worlds. Without a shift in our relationship to the natural world, this premature merging would be catastrophic for both our kind and theirs. As our understanding grew, so did the evidence of their existence throughout the park. More structures appeared, arranged in patterns that corresponded to star alignments and environmental features. Trail cameras captured partial images that, while still ambiguous enough to be dismissed by skeptics, formed a compelling pattern when viewed collectively. Management eventually had to acknowledge the situation, though the official position remained cautious. A small specialized research unit was established, ostensibly to study unusual wildlife behavior patterns, but actually dedicated to documenting and interpreting these encounters. For me, the experience has fundamentally altered how I understand my role as a ranger and my place in the natural world, where once I saw boundaries between wilderness and civilization, between science and spirituality, between human and non-human intelligence. I now see continuums, relationships, interconnected systems that don't yield to our human categories. I still patrol the same forests, still help lost hikers and warn tourists about approaching wildlife too closely, but I do so with a profound awareness that I'm walking in a world far more complex and mysterious than most people realize. The messengers remain largely hidden, revealing themselves only to those who approach with respect and openness. Jason Mercer never returned to his previous life. Instead, he joined a small community of people who had similar encounters across various wilderness areas. People forever changed by glimpsing what exists at the edges of human perception. As for the messengers themselves, they continue their silent guardianship of the boundary places. Sometimes, in the early morning hours when the forest falls into that unnatural silence, I know they're near, watching, waiting, hoping we'll finally learn to see the world as they do, not as something to be conquered or classified, but as a living system of which we are just one small interconnected part. The warning remains, carried in the structures they build and the symbols they share. The boundaries between worlds are thinning. How we respond in the coming years will determine not just our fate, but the fate of beings we're only beginning to understand. Beings that have watched us from the shadows since before our histories began. Sometimes, standing at the forest edge as darkness falls, I imagine future generations of rangers, scientists, and indigenous knowledge keepers working together to maintain this delicate relationship between worlds. It's a vision worth working toward, a new kind of stewardship that recognizes mysteries beyond our current understanding. Until then, I maintain my daily patrols, document each new encounter, and listen for that distinctive silence that tells me I'm not alone in these ancient woods. The messengers are there, just beyond the veil of our ordinary perception, waiting for more of us to learn how to truly see. My name is Jared Thompson, and this all happened back in 2017 when I was living off the grid about a dozen miles south of Fort Kent, Maine, tucked in a damp patch of forest where the pines pressed so tight against my cabin that it sometimes felt like I'd built the place inside a green coffin. But I liked it that way. No neighbors, no traffic, just me and some squirrels with questionable moral fiber. I'd come out here to escape the debts and the dull ache of a desk job I'd held in a cramped office outside Boston, where I'd once thought my biggest challenge in life would be learning how to like decaf. But I wasn't bitter. In fact, I was proud of what I'd done. I'd quit that job, taken my savings, and hauled a truckload of cheap lumber to carve out my own little home on a plot I'd bought on a whim. At 38, I wanted simplicity. The world delivered something else entirely. It was early September. The mosquitoes had thinned out, and the ground still held a bit of summer warmth. I remember sitting outside with my coffee instant, tasted like dirt, but it was warm, and watching the sunrise through a gap in the branches. I'd fixed a loose board in my roof the day before, so I felt confident my shack wouldn't turn into a pool once the fall rains hit. I tried to keep a routine: up early, gather kindling, boil water, check traps for rabbits. The quiet, that's what I loved. But that morning, I saw something that set the tone for all that followed. While I was washing my face at the creek, I noticed footprints near the bank. Boots, heavy tread, maybe 2 people. I knew I never had visitors, and as far as I was aware, there were no trails nearby, no reason for anyone to pass through. The soil was soft, and the prints looked fresh. I remember feeling uneasy, but I shrugged. Probably hunters scouting deer, I thought. This was Maine. People passed through at odd hours. I tried not to worry, but as I followed the prints along the bank, I noticed something strange about them. They circled back toward my cabin, lingering near the windows. One set stood in place for a long time, just outside my bedroom window. The mud packed down from someone standing there watching. How long had they been there? While I slept, I hurried back to my cabin, my shirt still dripping creek water, and checked the locks on my windows. Most were just simple latches. I'd never worried about security out here. I grabbed my hunting knife and checked every corner of my small home, even looking under my cot. Nothing disturbed. Over the next few days, though, the unease settled in deeper. I found a cigarette butt behind my woodshed. I don't smoke. A small branch snapped near my cabin's back window one night, right after I doused the lantern. I sat there, heart pumping, holding a hatchet, squinting in the dark. Nothing. Then I discovered a torn scrap of fabric caught on a nail by my doorframe. Gray cloth, thick cotton, like from a heavy shirt. I hadn't torn anything. It felt like someone was watching me, maybe testing me. I made jokes to myself to stay calm. Guess I got secret admirers, I said under my breath. Next time bring pie. But the truth was, I didn't like it. One night, I woke to the sound of breathing outside my window. Not animal breathing, human. Slow and deliberate. I lay frozen in my bed, afraid to move. The breathing continued for what felt like hours. Then footsteps slowly circled my cabin before fading into the trees. I began sleeping with my rifle by my side. On the 5th day, I hiked farther upstream to check if my old neighbor Randy, neighbor meaning a guy who lived 3 miles away, had seen anyone. Randy was a wiry man in his late 50s who'd lost 2 toes to frostbite one winter. He prided himself on spotting anything that moved. The forest felt different that day. The birds were quiet. The air hung heavy with moisture, yet nothing moved in the underbrush. As I approached Randy's cabin, I called out his name. No answer. The front door stood slightly ajar, which wasn't like Randy. He was cautious by nature, always talking about keeping the forest critters out of his supplies. I didn't find him at home, but I found something else behind his cabin. Randy himself sprawled in a patch of ferns, his throat open, blood dried into a black crust on the moss. I fell backward so hard I nearly crushed my tailbone. I didn't touch him. I didn't have to. He was stiff, gone for at least a day. Flies buzzed around his face. Randy had no enemies I knew of. He mostly sold small carvings and gathered wild mushrooms to trade at a distant market. I felt my chest tighten. Someone had done this, and whoever it was might be watching me right now. I remember whispering, "Jesus, Randy," as if the poor guy might answer. Then I looked around and saw another body, maybe 20 feet away. A younger man I didn't know, wearing a faded green jacket and jeans, also dead. It looked like he'd been beaten. His skull had a dent, and he was curled on his side, mouth open, eyes frozen, as if his final thought had been disbelief. 2 dead men, No signs of a struggle besides the scattered leaves. I heard a branch crack in the distance and froze. My hands shook. I ducked low and backed away, trying not to rustle the ferns. Whatever had happened here, I didn't want to be next. As I crept away, I noticed details I wished I hadn't. Randy's fingernails were broken and caked with blood. He'd fought back. The stranger's boots matched the prints I'd found by my creek. And most disturbing, Randy's cabin had been thoroughly searched, drawers emptied onto the floor, mattress slashed open. They were looking for something. The crack of another branch, closer this time, sent me into a panicked retreat. I no longer cared about stealth. I crashed through the underbrush, following the rough trail back toward my own cabin. The entire way, I felt eyes on my back. Twice I spun around, certain someone was right behind me, but saw only trees and shadows. I made it to my cabin before dark. I paced inside, swore a dozen times and wished I had a phone. But I had no cell signal out here, and the closest payphone was too far. I lit my kerosene lamp and tried to think. If I hiked back to town, that'd be a full day's trek. I could try in the morning. For now, I had to stay put. I shut my shutters, barred the door with a beam of wood. I had my hunting rifle, an old .30-30 lever action, and a dull revolver inherited from an uncle. The revolver had misfired once, and I never trusted it, but now I cherished it like a friend. Night fell quiet, too quiet. I sat in a chair, rifle across my lap, listening to my own breathing. I heard distant footsteps, a brief muffled laugh, then silence. Minutes crawled by. My throat felt dry. I decided to move my small table to block the door, just in case. The wind picked up, rattling the loose window pane. I forced myself to eat some crackers, but they tasted like sawdust. Every sound outside made me flinch. An owl's call, the rustle of leaves, the creaking of branches. I kept seeing Randy's open throat, the flies circling his fixed eyes. And I kept thinking, why? What could Randy have had that someone would kill for? As far as I knew, Randy lived as simply as I did. He had no valuables, no secret stash of cash or drugs, just his carvings, his mushroom knowledge, and his quiet life in the woods. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear. I dozed off, still clutching my rifle, only to jerk awake at the distant sound of voices. Men talking, far enough away that I couldn't make out words, but close enough to know they were near my property. I extinguished my lamp and peered through a crack in the shutters. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across my clearing. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then movement caught my eye. Two figures emerged from the tree line, moving with deliberate steps toward my cabin. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I woke to footsteps on my porch. I jumped up, heart hammering, and pressed my eye to the small gap in the shutter. Two men stood outside. I couldn't see their faces clearly in the moonlight, but I caught a glimpse of one's profile when he turned to whisper something. They were tall, lean, dressed in layered clothing, dark flannel shirts under cheap windbreakers. One had a thick black beard and a shaved head. The other wore a knit cap and had a mustache so thin it looked like a pencil line. They carried knives and a short axe. The bearded one tapped on my door with the back of his hand, a quiet, taunting knock. I held my breath. He spoke softly. "We know you're in there. Let's not make this messy." His voice had a slight rasp to it. Calm, chilling. They sounded almost casual, as if asking me to share a pot of coffee. I clenched my rifle so hard my knuckles hurt. I made no sound. The mustached one tried the doorknob and gave it a shove. "Come on," he said, voice low. "We're not leaving empty-handed." Empty-handed? I had nothing of value. Just some canned beans, a rifle, a few personal tools. What did they want? The bearded man's tone grew annoyed. "You killed time on that old guy. Why not finish up here?" My stomach dropped. They were killers. They butchered Randy. They didn't care who I was. Maybe they were smugglers crossing from Canada, robbing off-grid folks who couldn't report them. Or maybe just deranged drifters who'd chosen this stretch of woods for their sick games. They circled my cabin. The mustached one tried to pry open a shutter. I moved quietly to that window and shoved my rifle barrel through the narrow gap, not firing, just showing it. He pulled back with a startled grunt and cursed softly. They backed away a few steps. I heard them mutter something about shooting him later, and I realized that if I stayed locked in, I'd be trapped. They could starve me out, set my cabin on fire, force me into the open. I had to act. I remembered my truck parked about 30 yards behind the cabin. It was an old pickup with a half tank of gas. If I could get there and drive toward town, I might escape. But the key was on my table. They were out there, waiting. I needed a distraction. I had a propane lantern and a spare can of fuel under my cot. I hatched a clumsy plan, toss the can out front, hope it distracts them, then slip out the back window and sprint to the truck. Not brilliant, but I didn't have many options. I moved slowly, careful not to knock anything over. My cabin's back window was small, but I could squeeze through. The two men were talking outside, their voices low. The bearded one said, "We should have killed him when he was at the stream." So they'd been following me. I forced myself not to panic. The floor creaked beneath my foot, and their conversation stopped abruptly. "He's moving around in there," the mustached one said. "Let him," replied the bearded one. "We've got all night." I heard one of them walk around to the back of my cabin, right where I'd planned to escape. My mind raced. I needed a new plan. I noticed my kerosene lamp on the table. It was nearly full. I grabbed it, unscrewed the cap, and poured some of the fuel onto a rag. I stuffed the soaked rag into a tin can, leaving a bit hanging out as a wick. I opened the front window a crack, lit the rag with a match, and tossed the makeshift firebomb as far as I could toward the trees opposite my truck. It landed with a dull thud and burst into flames, igniting the dry pine needles around it. "Fire!" one of them shouted. I heard their boots pounding as they ran toward the flames. I opened the back window as quietly as I could. The night air smelled of damp earth and now smoke. I grabbed my propane can, crawled halfway out and tossed it with a dull thump onto the far side of the clearing, hoping they'd go check. I heard them hush. Then I lobbed a stone in another direction to create confusion. One of them said, "What the hell was that?" I seized the moment, slipped through the window, and crouched behind a stump. My heart pounded so loud I feared they could track me by sound alone. I crept around the side of the cabin. Their footsteps moved away for a moment. I risked a glance. They were about 20 feet off, searching the darkness. I bolted for the truck, staying low, trying not to breathe. My foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, crashing onto my knees. The noise drew their attention. "He's here," yelled the mustached one. They ran toward me. I scrambled up, fumbled for my keys in my pocket. I reached the truck, yanked the door, jumped in. The interior smelled of stale coffee and old pine needles. I shoved the key in the ignition, praying it would start. The engine coughed but started. Headlights cut through the trees. One of the men hurled something, maybe the axe, at my windshield. It cracked but didn't shatter. I slammed the gas. The truck lurched forward. They yelled. I caught a glimpse of the mustached one in the beam. He wore dirty jeans and had a long scar running down his left forearm. He rushed at me, knife raised. I swerved. The truck clipped him. He dropped out of view. I didn't want to kill anyone, but these men had murdered Randy and that other poor soul. They were going to kill me. My hands shook on the wheel. As I sped into the night, I saw in the rearview mirror that the bearded man chased me a few steps, then stopped. The mustached one lay still on the ground. I wasn't proud, but I was alive. Branches scraped the sides of the truck as I veered down the narrow track, heading toward the main road. I didn't know if they had a vehicle or would follow me. I focused on reaching town. My headlights bounced wildly over the rutted path. The night pressed in on all sides, the darkness between the trees absolute. I kept expecting to see the bearded man step into the road, or worse, for the mustached one to somehow appear in my rearview mirror, rising from the truck bed behind me. Every bump and pothole jarred my bones. The cracked windshield created strange patterns from the moonlight, making shadows dance across my dashboard. I gripped the wheel so tight my fingers cramped. After about 15 minutes of driving, the narrow path widened slightly. I was approaching the logging road that would eventually lead to the highway. My breathing slowed a bit. Maybe I'd make it. Then my headlights caught something in the road ahead, a fallen tree blocking the path. It hadn't been there earlier that week when I'd last driven into town for supplies. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a stop just feet from the massive pine. This was no accident. The cut at the base was fresh, the sawdust still bright on the dark bark. They'd planned this. How many of them were there? I threw the truck into reverse, but as I looked back, my blood froze. There, illuminated in my taillights, stood the bearded man. Somehow, he'd gotten ahead of me. Or there was a third man I hadn't seen. He held something in his hand, a pistol, aimed directly at me. I ducked as the window behind me shattered. Glass rained down on my neck and shoulders. I floored the accelerator, the truck lurching backward. The man dove to the side. I spun the wheel, trying to turn around on the narrow road. The truck's tires caught on the soft shoulder, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought I'd get stuck. The engine roared as the wheels spun, then caught. I crashed through the underbrush, no longer following any path, just desperately trying to put distance between myself and the man with the gun. Branches whipped against the truck, scraping paint and denting metal. I had no idea where I was going. The forest floor was uneven, tossing me around the cabin like a rag doll. I could taste blood where I'd bitten my lip. I drove blindly for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I broke through onto another narrow trail. Not the main road, but something that might lead there. I slowed, trying to get my bearings, listening for sounds of pursuit. The forest was quiet again. Too quiet. No bird calls, no rustling leaves. Just the ping of my truck's cooling engine and my own ragged breathing. I checked my fuel gauge, half a tank still, enough to reach town if I could find the main road. I shifted into drive and continued forward, more cautiously now. Every shadow made me flinch. Every sound tightened my grip on the wheel. The trail eventually widened, the trees thinning slightly. I recognized where I was, a fire road that ran parallel to the highway, about 3 miles east of where I should have emerged. I'd driven in a wide arc through the forest, but I was heading in the right direction. Dawn was still hours away, but the night seemed less oppressive now. I allowed myself a small breath of relief. Maybe I'd escaped them. Maybe I was safe. Then my headlights caught a glint of metal ahead. A vehicle was parked across the fire road, an old Jeep with mud-splattered sides. 2 men stood beside it. One looked up as my lights hit him. It was the mustached man I thought I'd hit. Alive, his face streaked with dirt and blood, but very much alive. My stomach dropped. How had he gotten here? I'd felt the impact, seen him fall. The other man wasn't the bearded one. This was someone new, shorter and stockier, wearing a hunting vest. I had seconds to decide. I could reverse again, try to find another way out. I could abandon the truck and flee into the woods on foot. Or I could do something they wouldn't expect. I slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The truck surged forward, engine screaming. The men's eyes widened. They scrambled to get out of the way. I aimed straight for their Jeep. Metal crunched against metal as my truck slammed into the smaller vehicle, shoving it sideways. Sparks flew from the undercarriage as it scraped across the gravel road. My seatbelt locked, nearly strangling me as I jolted forward. The airbag didn't deploy, too old of a model, and my forehead smacked the steering wheel. Stars swam in my vision, but I'd cleared a path. The Jeep now sat at an angle, leaving just enough room for my truck to squeeze past. I gunned the engine again, scraping my passenger side against their vehicle as I pushed through. A shot rang out. My side mirror shattered. Another bullet punched through my tailgate as I accelerated away. By dawn, I pulled onto a paved road and kept driving until I reached a gas station on the outskirts of Fort Kent. I stumbled inside, pale and dusty. I told the clerk there'd been a killing. He stared at me, then reached for the phone. The police arrived in a rush, asked a dozen questions. My truck was a mess, cracked windshield, bullet holes in the tailgate, passenger side scraped raw, and blood. Mine from a cut on my forehead smeared on the steering wheel. I led them back later that day. We found Randy's body and the other victim's corpse still there. The mustached man I'd clipped was gone, but there was a dark stain in the leaves. The bearded man, too, was nowhere to be found. As we approached my cabin, I half expected to find it burned to the ground, but it stood untouched. Door still barred from the inside, my makeshift firebomb having burned itself out without spreading to the surrounding forest. Inside, nothing was disturbed. It was as if the night before had been a nightmare, except for the open back window and the blood from my scraped knees dotting the floor. The authorities took my statement, collected evidence, and promised to search the woods. I never saw those men again, and I never went back to that cabin. The following week, I sold the place cheap and returned to a safer life. The police said they'd keep an eye out. I nodded, knowing the forest was big and secrets were easy to bury. They never found the men. The investigation turned up few leads. The younger victim was identified as a hiker from New Hampshire who'd been reported missing a month earlier. They found the Jeep abandoned 10 miles north, wiped clean of prints. The Border Patrol increased surveillance, suspecting drug runners or human traffickers. I moved back to Boston, took a job I hated, and tried to forget. But some nights I still wake in a cold sweat, certain I hear footsteps outside my apartment door. I've installed 3 locks and keep a baseball bat by my bed. I never learned what those men were looking for. Maybe Randy had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. A smuggling route, a stash, a secret. Maybe they were just killers who enjoyed the hunt. The not knowing haunts me more than the memories. Sometimes I think of Randy's quiet smile and the way he used to whittle tiny owls out of pine scraps. That's what I remember most, standing there among the trees, hoping that the world would make sense again. It never did. I still have nightmares about the bearded man's voice. We should have killed him when he was at the stream. So casual, so certain. Like he'd done it 100 times before, like he might do it again. I wonder how many other cabins they've visited, how many other bodies lie undiscovered in those vast, silent woods. And sometimes, when I hear a branch snap outside my window at night, I wonder if they're still looking for me.